Hello, I am Daisy, your hostess. If you are ready for some Greek philosophy, come join us. We are heading to the Oracle of Delphi to meet up with Socrates, Timaeus, and others. Timaeus is about to treat us with an explanation of how the universe and man came to be. Feel free to visit the description of this video to jump to the discourse, or you can hang out with me for a few minutes. The chariot will be by to pick us up in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, you may wonder, how did we end up here? Well, let me tell you. I was out in the garden, and the idea of sharing the Kybalion with you came to me. All good and fine, and you can find that book in my book playlist. Then, while we were there, deep into the Kybalion, friends, family, and fellow subscribers, if you recall, we were with Hermes Trismegistus, getting a download of mystical wisdom, when somehow we bumped into the Emerald Tablet of Hermes. We got back from that trip, and someone asked if I could decode the tablets. Well, lucky for me, someone else had done it, and I was able to get it on the playlist. Everything was fine until, again, someone showed me a different set of tablets. The thing was, the second tablet was also emerald, but it was different. It had a binding on one end, and it was written in Atlantean. Again, fortunately for me, the Emerald Tablet of Thoth, the Atlantean, was translated into English, and I was able to get it on the playlist for you. And if any one of you read the description of my channel, we explore through oracles and books the mystical and magical forevermore. That's how we ended up with Plato. Yeah, while he himself is no myth, this Greek philosopher is the brainchild of Atlantis. The Timaeus is a very lengthy discourse on the creation of the world and man, translated from the Greek by A.E. Taylor, who himself was a British philosopher greatly influenced by classic philosophers such as Plato and Aristotle. He wrote several books and was president of the Aristotelian Society from 1928 through 1929. This video production could have been shorter, but out of respect for the work of the translator, I felt it proper to include his introduction. While we still have a few minutes before we head over to the Oracle of Delphi, since Timaeus already shared his discourse with me, I've been pondering a bit, and I will share these ideas with you real quick. And perhaps you might pick up a few things and share it with me. I'll look for them in the comment. You know, I'm not a scholar nor a historian, so it's just you and I and the great open sky, and a lot of room for growth. So with that in mind, I did leave my research links in the description of this video. In his version of creation, Plato's Timaeus mentions the elements of fire, air, earth, and water, which, interesting enough, he also associates those elements to the creation of man and different organs in the human body. So years later, a little bit before the Han Dynasty, which began in 206 BC or before, again, this is after the death of Plato, Eastern philosophies, particularly in Ayurveda and Chinese medicine, practiced the Wuxing systems, also known as the 5 phases, where they believe that the elements, including ether, are directly linked to specific organs in the human body, which each element representing a particular function and quality, such as solidity for earth, fluidity for water, warmth or energy with fire, and movement with air. I can't help notice how mentally sophisticated the Greeks were. Such love for beauty and for wisdom. And here are a few more observations. Trying to better understand where Plato was pulling some of his philosophy. It is well documented that Plato was born around 428 BC to 348 BC, and during that time, the general population still actively worshipped and interacted with the Greek gods. influencing their decisions. They were visiting temples to make sacrifices and consulting oracles. Although philosophers like Plato himself began to question the literal interpretation of their myths and began presenting a more philosophical view of the divine. There is no Judaism or Christianity practiced in Athens during Plato's time, so keeping that in mind, to better appreciate this discourse, it helps to put on our ancient Greek rose-colored glasses and see the world through Plato's Timaeus, devoid of today's science and technology. You see, the first recorded mention of Judaism in Greece was between 300 and 250 BC on the island of Rhodes. And by my account, that's after Plato's death. And Christianity kind of started showing its face around the 1st century CE. So what I found fascinating was the mention of a deluge, a twisted concept of the Trinity, God's indivisible and transcendent nature, the concept of immortal soul, the idea of unseen spiritual beings, planets as described as celestial gods, the reverence in blessing all actions, even a simple discourse among men. You'll notice that. The birth of the Greek pantheons, the appalling idea of how women were created, Timaeus' detailed explanation of human anatomy, given that Herophilus, who was born in 335 BC, again, that's after Plato's death, was said to be one of the first to perform public dissections on human bodies, and also he was the founder of a school of anatomy in Alexandria. See, that gives me pause. Where did Plato's Timaeus get his information on the human anatomy? Now, keep in mind, aside from the Sumerians, the Greek have been record keepers with their linear B clay tablets dating back to around 1450 to 1350 BC. So when we look back at human history as an aggregate, of content from songs, historical data, poetry, lore, and art, we can begin to see, for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, faded fingerprints in today's current religion and politics. Historians go on to say that Plato's ideas have influenced Judaism, including the concepts of the one and the separation of mind and body. And by association, then, Christianity was also influenced by Plato's ideas, since it is said to be an offshoot of Judaism. And then there's Plato's Atlantic island, Atlantis. Plato's Critias goes into detail on Atlantis, and I've dedicated a video just for that discourse. So make sure you check it out. Oh, look up ahead, just in time. Our chariot has arrived. Timaeus and Critias, written by Plato, translated from the Greek by A.E. Taylor. Introduction to the Timaeus. There can be no occasion to prefix a lengthy introduction to this version of the Timaeus. Little is needed here beyond a brief statement of the main facts known about the dramatis personae of the dialogue and a few observations about the imagined date of the conversation. The persons engaged in conversation with Socrates are three: Timaeus, Hermocrates, and Critias, of whom Hermocrates is virtually a silent personage, having only one brief speech to deliver. Of Timaeus, we know certainly only what Plato has told us, that he was an astronomer from the western Locri at the extreme south end of the Italian peninsula, and had achieved the highest distinction in the public life of his city as well as in his science. As he has this public career behind him, he is clearly to be thought of as elderly, if not actually old. From the character of the cosmology he is made to expound, it is clear that the vast majority of readers have been justified in their inference that he must have been a Pythagorean, The name does not occur among those of the Locrian Pythagoreans of the ancient catalogue preserved by Imblicus, but there is a Timaeus among the Parians who appear immediately before the Locrians in the list. It is possible that this name has got out of its place and is really that of our astronomer Hermocrates, is spoken of by Socrates in a way which shows that he is known to him as a stranger of remarkable promise. He is not an Athenian, and has his career in the main still before him, though it is sure to be one of high distinction. He and Timaeus of Locri are apparently in Athens for some common purpose, as they are both being entertained by the third speaker, Critias. These particulars enable us to identify him with the famous Syracusan, Hermocrates, son of Hermon, who first appears in history as making a great reputation at a congress of the Sicilian states held at Gela in the year 425 through 4, where he advocated the doctrine that Sicily was to be considered a world in itself and kept out of entanglement in the confederacies and alliances of Eastern Hellas. 10 years later, he was prominent as the leader of the Syracusan national resistance to the Athenian armada of conquest. On the collapse of the invasion, he served with the Peloponnesian fleet, was exiled from Syracuse after the Athenian victory of Cyzicus, and joined Pharnabas's satrap of Phrygia, at the moment the most energetic of the enemies of Athens. Supported by Pharnabas, he returned to Sicily, took the field against the Carthaginian invaders of the island from Sclinus, gaining some marked successes over them, but he was repulsed and killed in a night assault on Syracuse itself, leaving the double task of restoring order in Syracuse and arresting the Carthaginian progress to be taken up by Dionysius I. Critias is depicted as an exceedingly old man who has vivid memories of his boyhood, but can hardly remember what he was told yesterday. Incidentally, we learned that the verses of Solon were a popular novelty at Athens when he was a boy of 10. This shows that the person meant cannot be the Critias, who was the cousin of Plato's mother and played a prominent part as one of the leaders of the extreme anti-democrats in the year of anarchy 404 through 3. Our speaker must be the grandfather of this Critias, Plato's own great-grandfather. As to the supposed date of the conversation, we should see at once that the presence of Hermocrates makes it impossible to put it after the Athenian expedition for the conquest of Sicily, while that of Critias, in whose boyhood the poems of Solon had been novelties, reinforces that same conclusion. The natural assumption is that we must look for a date not very far from 425 through 4, the year in which Hermocrates first seems to have attracted notice to himself. The remarks of Critias about the poems of Solon suggest that his 10th year is to be taken as falling somewhere about 500, shortly after the downfall of the Pisistratids, who are not likely to have encouraged the circulation of verses breathing such sentiments as those of Solon. Critias would then be 85 or thereabouts in 425. The family was a long-lived one, and if we suppose him to have survived to be 90 or more, he would still be living as late as 420. The presence of Timaeus and Hermocrates in Athens indicates that the year is supposed to be one of peace. This forbids us to assume a date during the active prosecution of the Achaemenid War. The great age of Critias stands in the way of assuming one much later than his conclusion. The indications thus point to a dramatic date about the time of the Peace of Nicias, 421 BC, and a similar date is demanded by the Republic, with which the Timaeus is made to connect itself. If we adopt this date, we also get some light on the presence of Timaeus and Hermocrates in Athens. The Athenians had been for some years interesting themselves in the western Mediterranean, and had sent out a diplomatic mission in 422 with express instructions to promote an anti-Syracusan coalition among the Italian and Sicilian cities. One of the results had been a proposal from Locri, the city of Timaeus, for a treaty of alliance with Athens. At the general pacification of 421, there would thus be a number of matters to be adjusted of importance to both Syracuse and Locri, and representatives of both states might very naturally be in Athens. If the supposed date of the dialogue is 421 or the end of 422, Socrates must be thought of as a man still under 50, and it is pertinent to remember that we are dealing with a time only a year or two later than the performance of Aristophanes' clever burlesque of him, The Clouds. The point of the burlesque is largely to represent Socrates as teaching the doctrines of Ionian cosmologists. This, to be sure, is burlesque, and there is no reason to suppose that Socrates had ever taught any cosmology at all. But since we find Plato treating it as a plausible fiction that Timaeus and the others, when they wish to entertain Socrates, deliberately give the first place on their program to a cosmological discourse, we may be fairly confident that the burlesque is good of its kind, and that Socrates, though he did not profess a cosmological system of his own, could at least take an intelligent interest in those of other men, and had the acquirements necessary for following such an exposition with appreciation. The unbroken silence in which Socrates is made to listen is a clear indication that the topics handled are outside his subject, but that the discourse is delivered for his pleasure, and that he subsequently professes himself extremely gratified by it, must not be forgotten when we attempt to reconstitute the historical Socrates. There is a footnote here. I'd like to share it. Of course, I do not mean to suggest that we are bound to believe the meeting of Socrates with Timaeus and Hermocrates to be historical fact. I mean that Plato, as it was his business to do, has provided a very probable occasion for such a meeting. End of footnote. When Plato set himself to compose a treatise on jurisprudence, he was careful not to include Socrates among the personages. It is all the more significant that he felt no scruple about admitting him among those of a cosmological work. A sober historian is bound to reckon with facts of this kind. The Timaeus opens with references to a discourse delivered yesterday by Socrates, which is shown by the recapitulation of its contents to be the Republic. The fiction, then, is that the present conversation is taking place 2 days after that with Glaucon, and the rest in the house of Polemarchus, the unnamed audience to whom Socrates in the Republic narrates his experiences of the day before being now identified as Critias and his friends. Thus the dialogue points back to the Republic as well as forward to the Critias. But there is an important difference between its relations with these two dialogues. There is nothing in the Republic which points forward to a continuation. It is clear that no continuation was in Plato's mind when the Republic was composed, and that the linking with it of a work written, as the style shows, so much later was a complete afterthought. The Timaeus, on the other hand, not only announces a discourse by Critias and mentions its subject, but actually anticipates it by giving a brief summary of the story of the prehistoric war of Attica with Atlantis, which the Critias was to relate at length. The pages of the dialogue in which this summary is given are far better known to readers in general than any other part of it, but they have no real logical connection with the Timaeus itself. Their function is to keep the hopes of a reader jaded with physical science alive by the promise of something to come with human interest about it. And it may not be superfluous to remark that the real theme of Critias is not the glories of Atlantis. We are told in the last complete paragraph of the Critias that at the time of its greatest apparent splendor, Atlantis was inwardly foul with wicked covet and lust of dominion, but the patriotism and piety of Athens. Atlantis was to figure in the story as a dreadful example of what a people can become when it has lost its fear of God and reverence for the rights of man. It is only because Plato has left us no more than the prelude to the tale that it is possible for a hasty reader to take it for a glorification of the Atlantids. It is usually said that Plato intended, besides the Timaeus and the Critias, to write a third discourse in which Hermocrates was to be the speaker. The only reference to such a purpose is a playful remark in the Critias to the effect that Hermocrates will know what stage fright is when it comes to his turn to perform, and an earlier remark of Socrates in the same dialogue, that Hermocrates need not take the trouble to begin his speech, as both Timaeus and Critias have done theirs, by a complaint of the difficulties of his subject. In the program laid down at Timaeus, nothing is said about a theme to be treated by Hermocrates, and it is difficult to see what topic would be left for him after a discourse by Timaeus on the creation of the world and man, another by Socrates and the principles of morals, education, and politics, and a third by Critias describing the heroic action of a community imbued with these principles. It therefore seems to me not unlikely that Plato never seriously designed Hermocrates to be more than an auditor. He is the youngest of the company, and that the allusions of the Critias to his expected speeches are to be taken as merely playful. The main principles I have laid down for myself in making my translations are two. The version is to be made from a text constituted carefully in accord with sound critical principles, and is to show, in all cases in which there could be any uncertainty about the syntax of the original, exactly how I take it to be construed. Accordingly, I have followed the text of Professor Burnett down to its paragraphing, except in a small number of places already duly mentioned in the prolegomena to my commentary on the dialogue and two others. When the occasion demanded it, I have not scrupled to sacrifice elegance of style to the duty of making my view of the grammatical construction plain. Otherwise, I have not been unduly solicitous verbum redere verbo. The diction of the version, I own, is very much of a patchwork. It will be found to mingle three distinct strains, that of simple and slightly conversational narrative, that of somewhat archaistic and poetical prose, and that of the scientific textbook. The result is not likely to be universally pleasing, but I would plead in my own defense that all three strains are recognizably present in the language of the original text and ought, therefore, to be preserved. If the attempt to reproduce these peculiarities has led me into overemphasis and caricature, the danger is one which besets all conscientious translation. I have not felt justified in substituting for a translation of free transcription into a uniform diction of my own. I have made considerable use of the Latin version of the two dialogues by Ficinus, the French version of R.M. Revard, the earlier French version of the Timaeus by T.H. Martin, and the English version of the edition by R.D. Archer Hind, and have thought myself free with this acknowledgment to profit occasionally by valuable hints from all. When I have found errors in my precursors, I have done my best to avoid them in silence, with one or two exceptions for M. Revard's rendering of the Critias. There are so few aids to the student of that difficult fragment that in one or two cases where I have felt bound to diverge markedly from the French translator, I have thought it a duty to justify myself. The use of Jowett's English translation I have interdicted myself on the grounds of the very charm and seductiveness in its diction. I have also derived much profit from the second excursus, that of the topography of Atlantis, in Mr. P. Friedlanger's recent work, Platon, Eidos, Pasdisa, Dialogos, and the admirable plates by which it is accompanied. End of translator's introduction. Synopsis of the Timaeus. Introduction. Socrates recapitulates the principles of Republic, chapters 1 through 4. He would like to see them illustrated by a vivid tale of heroic exploits springing from sound public moral. Critias gives a brief summary of the story of the defeat of the kings of Atlantis by the prehistoric Athenians as a narrative in point. The full story shall be told after Timaeus has delivered a discourse on cosmogony. Discourse of Timaeus. Natural science cannot be exact, since it deals with the temporal, not the eternal. The sensible world, an image of the eternal, its cause the goodness of God. It is one, has a spherical body, made of the four elements, and a soul. The soul made of three constituents, same, other, being. A musical scale worked into its structure, which is then distributed into the circles of the same, the sidereal equator, and other, ecliptic. The body made and fitted to this soul, the making of time and the seven planets, character of their motions, making of the various living creatures contained in the world, in particular the visible gods, the stars, their motions, and that of the earth. Address of the Creator to the created gods, calling on them to take part in the making of mortal animals, human souls made, instructed in the moral law of the universe, and sowed in the earth and planets, where they are in due time to be born from the soil as men. The human body made from the elements by the created gods, anticipatory description of the shock caused to the circles in the souls by their incarnation, and general structure of the human body, and the reasons for it, structure and working of the eye, with an explanation of mirror vision. The principal purpose in endowing men with sight and hearing was that they might learn the lesson of law and order from astronomy and music, and apply it to the right ordering of their own lives by correcting the perturbations of the circles in their souls. So far we have been treating of intelligent purpose as the source of the world order. There is another unrationalized factor in it, necessity, brute fact. We must now take account of these necessity and the way in which it was controlled by God's purpose, beginning with the citation of the four falsely so-called elements already mentioned. We need now to distinguish from the forms of which sensible things are copies, and these copies themselves. A third thing, the matrix or receptacle in which the copies are located. That there are really forms is shown by the consideration that knowledge is really different from true belief. The forms are apprehended by understanding, the copies by belief, conjoined with sensation. The receptacle, which is in fact space, by a kind of bastard interference, we have to think of space as originally agitated by random, irregular, vibratory movements. God's first step in introducing order was the construction of bodies of definite geometrical structure. The simplest elements of such structure are two: A, the isosceles right-angled triangle, B, the right-angled scalene, whose sides have the ratios 1 square root of 3 to the power of 2. From A, we can build up the cube. From B, the tetrahedron, octahedron, and icosahedron, and may take these as the forms of the corpuscles of earth, fire, air, water, respectively. Equations which determine the reciprocal transformations of these bodies, the eye-cutting subvarieties of each of the four, and the compounds they form with one another. Connection of qualities perceived by touch with the corpuscular structure of bodies. Explanation of weight, why some sensations are pleasant, others painful. Sensations of the specialized senses, taste, smells, sounds, colors. Details of anatomy, physiology, and pathology. To fit the soul for its embodied life, it receives two temporary additions, a mettlesome part seated in the heart, and a concupiscent part seated in the lower part of the trunk. Construction of the liver with its appendix, the spleen, to convey admonitions to the concupiscent part in dreams and visions, the intestines and their function, structure of the leading organic tissues, the marrow, bones, flesh, tendons, skin, description of respiration, pulsation of the heart, digestion as a single great rhythmical process which maintains the vital heat of the body and distributes nourishment through the blood to the various tissues. Mechanism of this process and the structure of its organs, with a digression on other examples of cyclical rhythms in motions. Pathology description of bodily diseases according as they are due to 1. Faults in the primary constituents of the organisms, earth, water, fire, air. 2. Morbid conditions in the secondary formations, bone, flesh, etc. Or 3. Unnatural accumulations of wind, phlegm, bile. Pathology of the soul. Its one disorder is folly, which has 2 species, frantic insanity and ignorance. The causes of all spiritual diseases are, in the main, 2. Congenital bad physique and bad education in a wrong social tradition. Physical and moral hygiene. It is our business to see that both body and mind are kept in health by proper regimen. In the regimen of the body, our rule should be that active exercise is more wholesome than passive, and both than purgation by drugs, which should only be admitted when it is unavoidable. The great rule of moral hygiene is that the immortal part of the soul should get its proper food and exercise, and the merely mortal parts should minister to this end, so that the circles in the soul are brought into tune with those of the soul of the world. Finally, we may account for the existence of the female sex and the lower animals by saying that in the second generation, the second best of the original men were reborn as women, and that the animals generally represent a series of increasing degenerations from the original human pattern. The lower a soul has fallen, the further removed the body it inhabits from the human type. With this, our story of the generation of the great visible God is completed. End of synopsis. Timaeus. Socrates, Timaeus, Hermocrates, Critias. Socrates. 1, 2, 3. Why, my dear Timaeus, where is the fourth of our guests of yesterday, who are to be our hosts now? Timaeus. Overtaken by indisposition, Socrates. I promise you he would not be staying away from our present conference if he could help it. Socrates. Then we may look to you and the others to discharge the absentee's part, as well as your own? Timaeus. With all my heart, so far as our abilities permit. You shall not be disappointed. After the elegant entertainment you provided for your visitors yesterday, it would not be common fairness that the rest of us should be backward in offering you a return banquet. Socrates. You all recall the scope and topics of the discourse with which I charged you? Timaeus. Yes, in part, and where our recollections fail us, you will be here to refresh them. Or stay, if it is not giving you too much trouble. You might recapitulate the matter briefly. Then we shall have a secure grasp of it. Socrates. Why, so I will. The main theme of my argument yesterday was my views on the best constitution for a city and the type of men from whom such a city might be fashioned. Timaeus. And very much to our mind we all found the description, Socrates. Socrates. We began, did we not, with a sharp separation of the farmers of our city and her craftsmen in general from the class who were to be her fighting men? Timaeus. We did. Socrates. To each group, according to its natural aptitudes, we gave one, and only one occupation, one sole profession that appropriate to it. Thus we said that the group who were to fight for all must be guardians of the city against attacks from without, or indeed from within, and must be nothing else. They were to administer a lenient justice to their subjects and natural friends, but show themselves stern to enemies encountered in the field. Timaeus. Precisely. Socrates. A guardian's temperament, we said, must, in fact, be at once exceptionally spirited and exceptionally philosophic, if they were to prove themselves rightly lenient and rightly stern to either party. Timaeus. Yes. Socrates. And as to their training, were they not to be trained in gymnastic, music, and all branches of study appropriate to their calling? Timaeus. They were indeed. Socrates. And men so trained, we said, were not to look on gold or silver or goods of any kind as then personal property. They were to be a garrison, and as such to receive a wage for their services from those whose safety depends on them, a wage no more than would content a modest man. They were to expend it on their public maintenance and to lead a corporate daily life in unremitting practice of goodness and complete freedom from all other occupation. Timaeus. This was in the regulations we laid down. Socrates. Then we touched on the question of women. Their native qualities were to be developed on the same line as those of the men, with whom they are to cooperate in all the activities of war and of life generally. Timaeus. Yes, we made that regulation too. Socrates. Then, as to the procreation of children, but the very novelty of our regulations on that head makes it hard to forget them. We appointed the marriages and children of them all to be in common, they contriving that some of them shouldn't ever recognize his own individual progeny, but that all should account of all as one family. They were to regard all who fell between appropriate limits of age as their sisters and brothers, all who fell outside and beyond these limits as parents, and parents' parents, all who fell below as children and children's children. Timaeus. Yes, and as you say, it would be hard to forget it. Socrates. Then, if you remember, to secure the best congenital endowments obtainable, we said that the officials of both sexes must practice some private contrivance with lots in the pairing of the couples, such that the inferior sort of them and the better shall both obtain corresponding partners, and yet no ill feeling be occasioned, as they will fancy the allotment to be an effect of chance. Timaeus. Yes, so we recollect. Socrates. Then further we said that the progeny of the good should be educated, but those of the worse privately distributed through the city at large. As the children grow up, they must be repeatedly inspected, and those who are found worthy restored again, while those from their own ranks who prove undeserving should be transferred to the place left vacant by these restorations. Timaeus. Just so. Socrates. Well, then, my dear Timaeus, is this review of yesterday's conversation now complete as a summary of the main points, or are we still sensible of any omissions? Timaeus. No, Socrates, this is the very substance of what was said. Socrates. Then I may now proceed to tell you how I feel about the society we have just described. My feelings are much like those of a man who has helped superb animals in a drawing, or it may be in real life, but at rest, and finds himself longing to behold them in motion, executing some feat commensurate with their physique. That is just how I feel about the city we have described. I should love to hear a narrative of her contention with other cities in some of the rivalries of public life, of her entrance upon a war in a fashion worthy of herself, or honorable achievement in that war of results answerable to her education and training, both in deeds of arms and in diplomatic intercourse with various cities. Now my judgment on myself, Critias and Hermocrates, is that I am incapable of commending such a city and her citizens as they deserve. There is nothing surprising in this personal limitation, but I have come to the same opinion about the poets both of the past and of the present. Not that I would disparage poets as a class, but it must be obvious that the tribe of imitators will imitate nothing so readily or so well as their familiar surroundings. What lies outside these surroundings, it is hard for any man to imitate well in action, and still harder to do so in language. The sophists, again, I grant you, are well skilled in eloquent discourse in general, but I suspect that, thanks to their perambulations from city to city and their lack of settled abodes of their own, they may be but ill acquainted with such action and speech as would be employed in the intercourse of war and battle by men who are at once philosophers and statesmen. There remains, then, the class to which you gentlemen belong, a class which unites the natural and educational advantages of both these types. Timaeus, for instance, comes from a city with most admirable laws, the Italian Locri, where he has no superior in fortune or birth, and has enjoyed the highest offices and distinctions his city has to bestow. In philosophy also, if I am any judge, he has attained the very highest eminence. As to Critias, of course everyone in Athens knows that he is no layman in any of these matters, and that Hermocrates is competently qualified in them all by natural parts and education, is attested by many witnesses whom we must believe. Indeed, this is what was in my mind yesterday, when I was so ready to gratify your request for my disquisition on constitutional principles. I knew that no group of men would be more competent to supply the appropriate sequel, if you were so disposed. You could engage my city in a war worthy of her, and depict her conduct of it in its right colors, as no other living persons could. So, of course, I delivered the discourse enjoined on me, and laid on you, in return, the injunctions I am now recalling. Well, you agree that you would consult with one another and entertain me by today with a return feast of discourses. And so here I am, in holiday garb, and with the best of appetites for the banquet. Hermocrates. Indeed, Socrates, as Timaeus has said, we shall not be wanting in goodwill, and we can have no pretext for disappointing you. In fact, as long ago as yesterday, we had our thoughts on this very point, as soon as ever we had got back to the quest chamber of Critias, with whom we are staying, and even while we were still on the way there. Well, our friend related a story which he had heard a long, long while ago. Repeat it now, Critias, for Socrates, that he too may have the opportunity of judging whether it meets his injunctions or not. Critias. Readily, if our remaining partner Timaeus approves. Timaeus. As I certainly do. Critias. Here, then, Socrates, is the story. Extraordinary as it is absolutely true, as Solon, the wisest of the wise seven, once declared. Solon, who, you must know, was, as he says in several places in his poems, a kinsman and close friend of my great-grandfather, Dropides, told my grandfather Critias, so Critias in his turn used to repeat the story to me in his old age, that there are great and splendid ancient exploits of our city which have been forgotten from lapse of time and decay of population, and, in particular, one, the greatest of all. To commemorate the exploit today would be a becoming way at once of showing our gratitude to you and honoring our goddess on her festival with a true and loyal hymn of praise. Socrates. Well said indeed. But pray, of what nature was this authentic, though unrecorded, ancient exploit of our city of Athens, as described by Critias on the faith of Solon's statement? Critias. I will tell you, though it is a long while since I heard the story, and the narrator himself was far from a young man. In fact, Critias was, at the time, by his own account, on the verge of 90, and I myself some 10 years old. We were keeping the Apaturia, and the day was the Curiatis. Well, we boys celebrated the festival in the regular customary way. Our fathers set us to recite verses against one another for a prize. Of course, various compositions of different poets were repeated, and, in particular, a good many of us boys sang Solon's verses, which were novelties at the time. So one of the confraternity observed, it may have been his real opinion, or he may only have meant a compliment to Critias, that Solon had been, in his judgment, not merely one of the wisest of men, but, in his verse, the most free-spoken of all poets. The old man, how well I recall the scene, broke into a delighted smile. Ah, I menander, he replied, if he had given himself to verse seriously like others and not made a mere pastime of it, if he had completed his treatment of the story he brought home from Egypt but was forced to lay aside by the faction feuds and other disorders which he found here on his return, then, in my judgment, no poet's reputation, not that of Hesiod or Homer, would have stood higher than his. And what story was that? Says the other. That of a mighty achievement, worthy of superlative renown, once accomplished by our city, though, owing to lapse of time and the destruction of those who accomplished it, the tale of it has not lasted down to our own age. Let us have the whole, says the other. What was the story Solon related as true? How did he come to hear it, and on whose testimony did he tell it? In the Egyptian delta, said Critias, where the Nile splits into its several mouths, there is a region called the Sciatic Nome, of which the principal city is Sais, as you know of King Amasis. The goddess who presides over this city is called Neith in the Egyptian language. In Greek, as the inhabitants say, her name is Athene. The citizens profess to be warmly attached to Athens and, in some sense, connections of ours. Well, Solon said that he had visited this city and was received there with great honors. In especial, he made inquiries about ancient times from such of the priests as were most conversant with him, and so discovered that neither he nor any other Greek knew anything to boast of about such matters. Once, being minded to lead them into talk about antiquities, he began to tell them the most venerable of our legends, those of Phoroneus, the reputed first man, and Niobe. Then he went on to tell the story of Deucalion and Pyrrha, how they fared after the deluge, to trace the pedigrees of their descendants, and to try to compute the years which had elapsed since these events by a reckoning of the times. Ah, Solon, Solon, says one of the priests, an exceeding old man, you Greeks are always children. There's no Greek that is a gray beard. How do you mean that? Says Solon when he caught the remark. You have all boys' minds, says the priest. Ancient tradition has stored them with no venerable belief, nor any hoary lore. And the cause is this. Many and diverse are the destructions of mankind, which have been and shall yet be. The greatest are wrought by fire and water, but there are others, slighter, wrought by countless causes. Thus the report which is current even among yourselves, that Patheon the sun-child once harnessed his father's car, but being unable to guide it on his father's track, scorched the face of the earth and was himself consumed by the thunderbolt, has indeed the semblance of a mere fable, but the fact of it is a deviation of the bodies which revolve in heaven about the earth, and a destruction coming at long intervals of things on the earth in much fire. Hence, at such times, those who dwell among mountains and in highlands and dry places perish more completely than dwellers by rivers of the sea. As for us, the Nile, our universal preserver, then preserves us from this peril also by his rising. On the other side, when the gods cleanse the earth with a flood of waters, while the herdsmen and shepherds in the mountain come safe off, dwellers in your cities are swept by the rivers into the sea. But in this land of ours, neither then nor at other times does water descend on the fields from above. Its ways is ever to ascend from beneath. These are the causes and reasons for which the traditions preserved here are reputed the most ancient of any, though in true fact, in all regions where excessive rains or heats do not forbid it, there are always men to be found, sometimes more, sometimes fewer. And whatever has come to pass that is heroic or grand or in any way memorable, in your own land, or here in Egypt, or in any other region that has come to our ears, the records of all this have from old times been written down here in our temples, and are there kept safe. Whereas with you and the rest of mankind, life has but just been furnished with the art of writing, and the other requisites of cities when the torrents come down on you from heaven again, at the usual period, like a pestilence, and leave behind them only the rude and unlettered. Thus you revert, so to say, to your childhood, and know nothing of all that has befallen in ancient times, in our country or in your own. Why, Solon, the story you have just related of past generations in your own land is not much more better than a tale of the nursery. Your people can recall but one deluge, though there were many before it. And, what is more, you do not know that the bravest and noblest men of all history once existed in your own land. You and all your fellow citizens are sprung from a scanty remnant of them, though you never suspect this, because their survivors for many generations passed away without utterance in writing. Yes, Solon, once on a time, before the great deluge, what is now Athens was a city right valiant in war and with laws in all things exceeding excellent. Her exploits and her polities are said to have been the noblest of all under heaven, whereof any report has come to our ears. When Solon heard this, he was amazed and besought the priest with much earnestness to tell him the full tale of those our citizens of old in order. So the priest made answer, Solon, I will not stint you. The tale shall be told, for love of you and your city, but chiefly of the goddess, your patron, foster mother and tutress, and ours. Yours she was first, taking over the seed of you from earth, and Hephaestus hours later by 1,000 years. Now, the age of our native institutions is recorded in our sacred writings as 8,000 years. So I will unfold to you in few the laws of your citizens of 9,000 years ago, and the noblest of their exploits. The full and precise story shall be related some other time, at our leisure, with the very text before us. First, then, compare your laws with ours here in Sais. You will still find among us many an illustration of those you then had. There is, first, the sharp separation of the priesthood from other classes. Next, the rule for the craftsmen. Each craft, herdsmen, hunters, farmers, plies its own calling, meddling with no other. The soldiery, in especial, as you must have observed, are a class apart from all others, forbidden by the law to concern themselves with any calling but war. Moreover, the fashion of their equipment is with shield and spear, arms which we were the first people in all Asia to bear, being so taught by the goddess, even as she had taught you first in your part of the world. Next, as to wisdom, you see what care our law has bestowed on it from its very starting point, how it has encouraged cosmology, devising salutary regulations for human life, down to the very rules of divination and medicine, from that divine study and conquering all the sciences which attend it. Now all this order and system the goddess had bestowed on you before us in your first establishment. The region whereon you were born she chose for herself, because she perceived that its well-tempered climate would bear a harvest of most intelligent men. Being then a lover alike of war and of wisdom, she chose out the region which would yield her men like herself, and made her first settlement there. You dwelt there, then, under laws like these, and even better, surpassing all mankind in all manner of goodness, as was but meet for the progeny and pupils of gods. Now the great deeds of your city, which are recorded and admired among us, are many, but one there is surpassing the rest in heroic valor. Our records tell us of a proud and mighty power which your city once arrested as it poured itself over all Europe and Asia from its base in the Atlantic Ocean. In those faraway days, that ocean could be navigated, as there was an island outside the channel which your countrymen tell me you call the Pillars of Heracles. This island was larger than Libya and Asia together, and from it seafarers in those times could make their way to the others, and thence to the whole of the opposite continent, which encircles the true outer ocean. The waters within the channel just mentioned are manifestly a basin with a narrow entrance. What less beyond it is the real ocean, and it is the land enclosing that ocean which should rightly be called a continent. In this Atlantic island had arisen a great and wonderful monarchy, which was mistress of the whole island, as well as of many others, and of parts of the mainland. Its monarchs, moreover, within the straits, held Libya as far as the Egyptian border, and Europe as far as the Tyrrhenia. Now, this power concentrated its forces on an attempt to enslave your country, ours, and the whole territory within the straits at one fell swoop. It was then, Solon, that your city's qualities of heroism and energy shone out in the eyes of mankind. She took the lead in daring and military skill, at the head of the Hellenes, and then, when her allies had been forced to abandon her in isolation, she faced the supreme peril, overthrew the invaders, and set up her trophy. Those who had not yet been subdued, she preserved with subjugation. All the rest of us who dwell within the limits set by Heracles, she generously liberated. Afterwards came a time of extraordinary earthquakes and inundations. In one terrible day and night of storm, your warriors were swallowed in a body by the earth, and Atlantis likewise sank into the sea and vanished. This is why the ocean in that part to this day cannot be navigated or explored, owing to the great depth of the mud caused by the subsiding of the island. This, Socrates, is a succinct account of the story told by old Critias as he had heard it from Solon. It all came back to my mind yesterday, as you were discoursing of your state and its citizens, and I was surprised to observe your wonderful and significant coincidence on so many points with Solon's narrative. Still, I preferred to say nothing of it at the moment. After so many years, my memories were imperfect. I resolved then that I would not repeat the story until I had first gone thoroughly over the whole in my mind. That was why I was so ready yesterday to fall in with your injunctions. In a case like this, I said to myself, the great thing is to propound a theme which meets the wish of the company, and we shall not have much difficulty about that. So, as Hermocrates has told you, I began at once to communicate my reminiscences to our friends on my way back home yesterday, and when I had got home, I spent the night in making a pretty complete review of them. How true the saying is that we have a wonderful memory for what we learn in childhood. I hardly know whether I can recollect all I heard yesterday, but I should be much surprised if I have lost a single detail of this story, though it is so very long since it was told me. You see, it gave me a great deal of sport and enjoyment to listen, and the old man was delighted to answer my repeated questions. Thus, it has all been impressed on me like the lines of an inedible design. In fact, I told it exactly to our friends early this morning, that they might be provided with a subject as well as myself. So here I am, Socrates. This is the point I have been so long coming to, ready to tell the story, not in outline, but with full details as I heard it myself. We will translate the citizens and the city of which you were discoursing yesterday from fiction to fact. The city we will take to be our own Athens, and the citizens of your imagination we will identify with those actual ancestors of ours of whom the Egyptian priest talked. I am sure they will fit the part, and we shall not strike a false note if we say that they are the very Athenians of that distant time. The subject shall be divided between us, and we will all do our best to make a worthy response to your injunctions. It is for you then, Socrates, to consider whether this theme is to our mind or some other should be found to take its place. Socrates. What possible theme, Critias, could be preferable to one which is, from its connection with the goddess, so appropriate to today's festival, and has the further very great recommendation of being no imaginary tale, but an authentic history? How and where shall we find another group of characters if we do not avail ourselves of these? No, no, you must make your discourses, and good luck to you. And for me, it is my turn to rest and listen after my discourse of yesterday. Critias. Then, Socrates, let me explain the program we have arranged for your entertainment. We have resolved that Timaeus, our leading astronomer and special devotee of natural science, shall be the first to speak. He will begin with the formation of the universe and end with man. I am to follow him. I shall take over the mankind from him as, in theory, already born, and some of them from you as already specially educated. I shall then, in the spirit of Solon's legislation no less than of his narrative, produce them before ourselves as a court, and declare them freemen of our own city, on the plea that they are those same Athenians of old of whose disappearance we have been informed by the report of the Egyptian sacred texts. Thenceforward, they will be referred to as Athenians and fellow citizens. Socrates. I see I am to receive a complete and brilliant return banquet of discourses. It is yours now, Timaeus, to speak. But you must first invoke the gods, as usage requires. Timaeus. As for that, Socrates, all men who have even a slender measure of wit surely invoke a god at the outset of every undertaking, small or great. We, who are now to discourse of the universe and its generation, or it may be its ungenerate existence, unless we are utterly beside ourselves, cannot but invoke gods and goddesses with a prayer that our utterance may be well pleasing to them as well as consistent with itself. So much, then, for the gods. Pardon our prayer. For ourselves, my petition is that you may follow me readily, and that I may give clear expression to my thoughts on the subject. We must begin, then, in my judgment, with this distinction. What is that which ever is, but never comes to be? And what that which is ever coming to be, but never is? The one is apprehended by thought and discourse, being ever self-same. The other grasped by belief and unreasoned sensation, coming to be and ceasing to be, but never veritably being. Again, whatever comes to be must come to be through the agency of a cause. Without a cause, nothing can come to be. Now, when the maker of anything fixes his gaze upon the ever self-same, and takes it for his model in the fashioning of form and quality, the thing thus fashioned is necessarily always beautiful. If his gaze is upon that which has come to be, and his model a thing that comes to be, his work is not beautiful. So the whole heaven, or world, or we may give it any other name, as may be most acceptable to itself, I say, we must ask first concerning it. The question sound method bids us begin with everywhere. Was it always, and had it no beginning of coming to be? Or has it come to be, and had it a beginning of becoming? It has come to be, for it can be seen and touched, and has body, and all that is such is sensible. And the sensible, being apprehended by belief and sensation, has been seen to come into being and to be generable. And again, we say that what has come to be necessarily must have come to be through the agency of a cause. Now, as for the maker and father of this universe, to find him out is hard, and to speak of him, when one has found him, before all mankind, impossible. But as to the world, we must ask this further question. On which of the models did its builder fashion it? on the model of the identical and self-same, or on that of that which has come to be? For if this world is a thing of beauty, and its maker good, manifestly his eye was upon the eternal. But it were blasphemy to utter the words, upon something that had become. Surely it must be plain to any man that he looked to the eternal, for the works is the most beauteous of things that have come to be, and its maker the best of causes. Since this was the manner of the world's coming to be, it is wrought on the model of that which is apprehended by discourse and understanding, and is self-same. And since this is so, this our world must further assuredly be a likeness of somewhat. Now in every matter it is of high moment to begin at the true beginning, concerning likenesses and their models. Then we must distinguish in this fashion. Discourses are akin in their character to that which they expound. Discourses concerning the abiding and stable and apparent to understanding, themselves abiding and unchanging, so far as it is possible and proper to discourse to be unanswerable and irrefutable, they must not fall short of this. Discourses concerning that which is fashioned in the likeness of the former, but is but a likeness, themselves but likely, and in a due proportion to the others. As being to becoming, so is truth of fact to belief. If then, Socrates, we find ourselves in many points unable to make our discourse of the generation of gods and the universe in every way wholly consistent and exact, you must not be surprised. Nay, we must be well content if we can provide an account not less likely than another's. We must remember that I who speak, and you who are my audience, are but men, and should be satisfied to ask for no more than the likely story. Socrates. Well said, Timaeus. Such terms ought to be satisfactory to us. We are excellently satisfied with your prelude. Now proceed to give us the melody itself. Timaeus. Then let us say why becoming and the universe were framed by him who framed them. He was good, and none that is good is ever subject to any motion of grudging. Being without grudging, then, he desired all things to become as like as might be to himself. This, teach the wise, is the true sovereign source of becoming and of the world, and most right it is to listen to their teaching. God's desire was that all things should be good, nothing, so far as might be, bad, so he took in hand all that was visible. He found it not at rest, but in discordant and disorderly motion, and brought it from disorder to order, since he judged this very way better than that. Now he that is best might not and may not effect anything but that which is most beautiful. So he considered and discovered that, whole for whole, of things visible, nothing without understanding would ever be more beauteous than with understanding. And further, that understanding cannot arise anywhere without soul. Moved by this consideration, he framed understanding within soul and soul within body, and so made the fabric of the universe, to the end that the work of his fashioning might be in its kind most beauteous and best. Thus then is how, according to the likely account, we must say that this our world, a creature with life, soul, and understanding, has verily come to be through the providence of God. This being presupposed, we have next to say in the likeness of what living creature it was framed by him who framed it. We are not to suppose, then, that it is likely anything that is but a part, for what is like a thing imperfect can never be beautiful. We should rather assume that it is likest of all things to that whereof all living creatures besides itself are, severally and in their kinds, parts. for that embraces and contains within itself all intelligible living creatures, even as this our world contains ourselves and all visible kinds that are. God, purposing to make it most nearly like the every way perfect and fairest of intelligible things, fashioned one visible living creature, containing within itself all living things, which are by nature of its own kind. But have we been right in calling it one heaven? Might it not have been truer to speak of many, or an indefinite number? Nay, we must say one, if we are to hold that it has been made to answer to its model, that which embraces all intelligible living creatures whatsoever cannot be one of a pair. For then there would needs be a second such creature, that which embraces the two. They would both be parts of it, and thus our world would be more truly said to be after the likeness not of them, but of it, which embraces them. Therefore, to the end that by its solitude our universe might be like the perfect living creature, the Maker made neither two worlds nor a countless number. Sole and single this our heaven came into being. Sole it is, and sole it shall remain. Being bodily, that which has come to be must be visible and tangible. Without fire, nothing visible can come to be, nothing tangible without solidity, nothing solid without earth. Whence God, in the beginning of his fashioning, made the body of the universe of fire and water. Now, two terms cannot be fairly wrought together without a third. There must be a bond between them to bring them together. The fairest of all bonds is that which makes itself, and the terms it binds together must utterly one, and this is most perfectly effected by a progression. For when of three integers, or volumes, or characters, the midmost is to the last as the first to itself, and inversely, as the last to the midmost, so the midmost to the first, then all will necessarily take one another's places, the midmost becoming first and last, and both the first and last midmost, and so, by substitution for one another, they form a perfect unity. Now, if the body of the universe could have been a plane without depth, one middle term would have sufficed to bind together its companions and itself. But in fact, the world was to be a solid, and solids must always be conjoined not by one middle term, but by two. So God inserted water and air between fire and earth, and made them all, as far as was possible, proportional to one another, air being to water as fire to air, and water to earth as air to water. Thus was compacted and constructed a visible and tangible heaven, on such wise and from such constituents, to the number of 4, was the body of the world formed, being wrought into accord by proportion, and from thence it derived friendship and came to a unity with itself indissoluble by any but him who had compacted it. Now the frame of the world took in the whole of each the 4, for he that framed it all of the fire and all the water, air, and earth, leaving no part nor property of any of them outside it. This he did to the following intent. First, that it might be to the utmost a living being, whole and perfect, of perfect parts. Next, that it might be one, not being left over of which such another might be made. Third, that it might be immune from old age and disease. For he remembered that when a composite body is beset round and encountered by heat and cold or any agent of vehement quality, it is dissolved before its time and wastes before the attack of disease and age. Wherefore, for this cause and reason, he built a single whole, all whose parts were wholes, to be perfect, immune from age and disease. For its figure, he gave it that which was fitting and in keeping with its nature. Now, for the living creature which was to embrace in itself all living creatures, the fitting figure must be that which contains all figures in itself. Therefore, he wrought it on his lathe, spherical and round, with center equidistant from extremity in every direction, the figure of all others most perfect and uniform, judging regularity beyond compare more comely than irregularity. Moreover, he rounded its outer surface to a perfect smoothness, and that for many reasons. It had no need of eyes, for nothing was left outside it to be seen, nor yet of ears, for there was nothing to be heard. There was no air around it to call for it respiration, nor again had it need of organs wherewith to take its nutriment into itself or excrete it once more when drained of its juices. Nothing was given off from it, nothing entered it. There was nothing but itself. It was contrived by art to feed itself on its own waste, to act wholly on itself and be acted on by itself alone. For he that controlleth it thought it would be better self-sufficient than dependent on anything else. He saw no need to give it superfluous hands, which it would require neither for grasping nor for defense, nor yet feet or other support to stand on, for he had assigned it the motion proper to its body, that one of the seven, which has most to do with understanding and intelligence. Accordingly, he spun it uniformly upon itself in the same volume and made it revolve in a circle. The other 6 motions he denied it, giving it no part in their aberrations, and since feet were not wanted for this revolution, he begat it without feet or legs. This, then, was the whole purpose of the God who is forever for the God who was yet to be. In accord wherewith he made it smooth, uniform throughout, equidistant from its center, a body whole and perfect, with perfect bodies for its parts. Then he set a soul in its center, stretched it throughout the whole, and further wrapped it about its body without. Thus he established a round revolving heaven, one soul solitary, able in its excellence to be its own companion, needing nothing beyond itself, its own sufficient acquaintance and friend. In all these respects he begat it a blessed God. But as for this soul, though we presume now to speak of it as the later born, it was not then junior in God's contriving. He would never have permitted senior to be subject to junior at their coupling. In us, methinks, there is too much of the casual and careless, and our speech is like ourselves. He fashioned soul as body's elder and senior in time and worth, to be its queen and sovereign. The material and manner of the fashioning were thus: midway between being indivisible and ever self-same, and being which becomes in bodies and is divisible, he made a third form of being, a blend of two, of the same and of the other, and in like manner made it a compound midway between that of them which is indivisible and that which is divided in bodies. Then he took the 3 of them and blended all into a unity, forcing the other into composition with the same, reluctant though it was to combine, mingling them by the aid of being, and having made one of the 3, he next went on to divide this whole into portions as many as were meet, each of them blended of same, of other, and of being. He began the divisions thus. First he cut off one portion from the whole, next another, double of this. The 3rd portion he made halt as great again as the 2nd, or thrice as great as the 1st, the 4th double of the 2nd, the 5th 3 times the 3rd, the 6th 8 times, the 7th 27 times the 1st. Then he proceeded to fill up the intervals of the double and the triple, still cutting off portions as before and inserting them in these intervals, so that in each interval there were 2 middle terms. the one exceeding and being exceeded by the same part of the extremes, the other exceeding and being exceeded by an equal number. These links gave rise to intervals of 3 to 2, 4 to 3, and 9 to 8 within the old intervals. So he filled up all the intervals of 4 to 3 with the interval of 9 to 8, leaving in each case a fraction such that the interval determined by it is represented by the ratio of 256 to 243. And by this time, the blend from which he was cutting off these portions was at last exhausted. So he split this whole construction in two, down its length, made the halves cross one another at their centers, in the form of the letter chi. Narrator's side note: chi in the Greek alphabet looks like the letter X. End of note. And bent them into circles so that each met itself and the other at a point opposite that where they had been crossed. He then enfolded them in the motion of uniform revolution and made one of them the outer, the other the inner circle. The outer circuit he named after the same, the inner after the other. To that of the same he gave a spin by the side to the right, to that of the other a spin by the diagonal to the left, and assigned the supremacy to the circuit of the same and uniform. For he left it one and undivided, but the inner he split by 6 divisions into 7 unequal circles, to correspond to the intervals of the double and triple of each of which there were 3. The circles he commanded to revolve in opposite senses, and with velocities of which 3 are equal, 4 unequal to one another, and to that of the 3, though there are ratios between their motions. And when the whole fabric of the soul had been finished to the fashioner's mind, he next fell to shaping within her all that has body, and fitting the two together, center to center. When she was thus inwoven every way from the center to the outmost heaven, and wrapped thereabout without, she entered on a God-given beginning of unfailing and intelligent life for all time to come. And thus have come to be the body of heaven, a thing visible, and heaven itself a soul invisible, but endowed with reason and melody, most excellent of things made, as her author, most excellent of things intelligible and abiding. Seeing then that she is commingled of same and other and being, these 3, and divided and compounded by proportion, and moreover revolves upon herself, whensoever she has contact with aught that has being, dissipable or undivided, moving throughout her whole being, she declares with that thing, in what manner, how, and when, that wherewith anything is the same, or than which it is other, is and is predicated to be either, whether among things that come to be, or with reference to things that are ever self-same. Now, when such true and coherent discourse concerning other and same stirs noiselessly and soundlessly in the self-moved, if it concern the sensible, and the circle of the other, moving aright, reported to the whole soul, there arise assured and true opinions and beliefs. But if it concern the rational and the circle of the same, running smoothly, declared there, are necessarily produced understanding and science. And if any should call that wherein these 2 are born by any name but soul, he will be saying anything rather than the truth. Now when the Father that had begotten it beheld it moving and quick, a created image of the eternal gods, he rejoiced, and in his delight devised how to make it yet more like its model. So, as that is an eternal living being, he sought to make this universe also such, as far as might be. Now the nature of that living being was everlasting, and this it was impossible to confer wholly on a creature. but he devised the making of a moving likeness of everlastingness. So, in his ordering of heaven, he makes a likeness proceeding by number of everlastingness that abides in unity. The same we have named time. For days and nights and months and years, these were not before heaven was made. He contrived them then, as it was being fashioned. All these are divisions of time, and was and shall be are created parts of time. We unwittingly do ill when we attribute them to eternal being. We say it was and is and shall be, but if we would speak truly, only is belongs to it. Was and shall be should be said of becoming that proceeds in time, since they are motions. But to that which is ever immutably self-same, it belongs neither to grow older or younger by lapse of time, nor yet to have come to be heretofore, nor to continue to be now, nor again to be still to come nothing belongs to it, of all that becoming attaches to the changing things of sense. All have come to be, and are parts of time, imitating everlastingness by its numbered revolution. It is the same, too, with all those phrases that what has come to be is come to be, what comes to be is coming to be, and even that what will come to be is to come to be, and what is not is what is not. None of them all is exact, but the present, perhaps, is no fitting time for exact discourse of this. Time, in fact, came to be with heaven, that, as they were born together, they may also be destroyed together, if ever they should be destroyed, and was fashioned on the model of the everlasting, that heaven might be as like to it as might be. For as the model is, abidingly throughout everlastingness, so heaven has been, and is, and shall be through all time. By this purpose and plan of God for the making of time, that time might be born sun, moon, and 5 other stars, the vagrants, as they are called, were made to determine and preserve the numbers of time. When we had made each of them a body, God set them in the orbits of the circle of the other, 7 stars in 7 orbits, the moon in that which is next the earth, the sun in the second nearest, the morning star and that called sacred to Hermes in orbits revolving with the same speed as the sun, but having a quality the contrary to his, hence sun, star of Hermes, and morning star overtake, and are likewise overtaken by each other. For the rest, where he set them and why he set them there, if one should explain the full reasons, this argument, thought but a side issue, would task us more than our main theme. Perhaps the subject may receive adequate treatment at some later time, when we have leisure for it. But to resume, when all the creatures needful for the joint making of time had found their due orbits and become living beings, with bodies bound in vital bonds, and learned their orders, they began to revolve in the orbit of the other, which passed athwart through the orbit of the same, and was subjected to it, some in greater circles, some in lesser, those with the lesser circles moving faster, those with the greater more slowly. Hence, by reason of the movement of the same, those which moved most quickly seemed to be overtaken by the slower, though in truth they were the overtakers. For since their revolutions are in 2 planes at once and in contrary senses, the movement of the same gave them all a spiral twist and made the body which recedes most slowly from itself, and so is swifter than them all, seem closest to itself. That there might be a plain measure of their relative slowness and speed, and the 8 revolutions go on their way, God kindled a light in the orbit next but one to the earth, even that we call today the sun, to the end that he might shine to the utmost bounds of heaven, and that all living things for whom it meet might get knowledge of number, learning it from the circling of the same and uniform. Thus, Then, and for this purpose came about night and day, the period of the single and most intelligent revolution. The month comes to be when the moon completes her circuit and overtakes the sun. The year when the sun completes his own circuit. As for the periods of the rest, men, save for a very few, have not discerned them, and so neither gives them names nor measure them against one another by numerical reckoning. They barely know that their wanderings are time at all, so bewildering are their numbers, and so marvelous their intricacies. Yet, nonetheless, we can understand that the perfect year is then fulfilled by a perfect number when all 8 periods have run all their heats against one another and come full circle, the computation being made by the revolution of the same and uniformly moving. On this wise, then, and for this purpose, were made the stars, which turn back on their steps as they traverse heaven, to the end that this our world may be most fully like the perfect and intelligible living creature, through imitation of the eternal. With the birth of time, it had now been in all things else fashioned in the likeness of that to which it was being made like. But there was still this point of difference. It had not yet all living creatures within it, for they were not yet all born. So he went on to fashion it in this point also on the pattern of its model. Whatsoever forms understanding beholds in the living creature that truly is, in their kinds and their numbers, such and so many be purposed that this world also should receive. Now, there are 4 first, the gods of heaven, then creatures with wings that wander in the air, third, the sort that live in the waters, and fourth, those that go on dry land. The substance of the divine he fashioned chiefly of fire, that it might be bright and beautiful to behold, made spherical like the universe, and set in the mind of the highest, to keep company with it, strewing them all over heaven to be in very deed a broidered adornment for the whole thereof. To each of them he gave 2 motions, one in the same volume and with the same sense, even as each of them ever thinks the same thoughts about the same things, and one forward, in virtue of their subjection to the revolution of the same and uniform. In respect of the other 5 motions, he made them unmoving and still, that all might be most utterly good. From this cause came to be all the unmoving stars, living creatures divine and eternal, which abide ever revolving in one place and one sense. Those that turn back and wander in such fashion were made in the manner we have already described. But earth, our foster mother, that goes to and fro on her path about the axis of the universe, he contrived for a guardian and artificer of night and day, first and most ancient of the gods born within the heaven. Concerning these same gods, to tell of their mazy dances, their juxtapositions, the retrogradations and advances of their orbits with respect to one another, I say, to tell which of them in their conjunctions or their oppositions hide themselves from our sight behind which, and at what times, and by their reappearings and terrors and signs of things to come to men who cannot reckon. Without a visible model, this would be but wasted labor. What we have said of the matter must suffice, and here our discourse of the visible created gods shall come to its end. To tell of other spiritual beings or to know how they were born is a task beyond our powers, so we must believe those who have told the story before us. They were by their own accounts descendants of gods, and surely they knew well enough who were their own ancestors. We cannot distrust sons of gods, though their statement is unconfirmed by probabilities or cogent proofs, but must conform to usage and receive it as a report of their own family history. Let our statement about the birth of these gods, then, be made, on their authority, in the following terms. From earth and heaven were born Oceanus and Tethys, and from Phorcys, Cronus, and Rhea, and their companions. The children of Cronus and Rhea were Zeus, Hera, and their brothers and sisters, whose names we know, not to mention their children. But to return, when all the gods had been born, both those who revolve before our eyes and those who display themselves only when such is their pleasure, he that hath forgotten this universe addressed them in these words: Ye gods, works whereof I am maker and father, seeing they were fashioned by my hands, are indissoluble without my consent. Now, whatsoever has been put together is indeed dissoluble, yet none but an evil being would consent to dissolve that which has been brought into a thing of beauty and is good. Therefore, since a birth you had, you are not indeed utterly immortal or indissoluble, yet you shall never be dissolved nor taste of death, but shall find my will a yet mightier and more sovereign bond than those with which you were fashioned in your birth. Give ear, then, to that I now declare to you. There are 3 sorts of mortal creatures yet unborn. If these are not born, heaven will be imperfect, for it will not contain every sort of living creature, as it must if it is to be sufficiently perfect. But if they are made and endued with life by my own hands, they will be the equals of gods. To the end, then, that mortality may be, and this universe be a universe indeed, turn ye also, as your nature bids, to the making of living creatures, copying my action in your own creation. And inasmuch as it is meet there should be somewhat in them to bear the same name as the immortals, being called divine, and to be the guide of those of them who are at any time minded to follow righteousness, and you, I will provide it. I will sow the seed and make the beginning. Thereafter do ye fashion living creatures, weaving mortality upon immortality. Bring them to the birth, give them their sustenance and growth, and when they fail, receive them again to yourselves. So he spake, and again poured into the same bowl wherein he had mixed the soul of the universe, what was left of his former materials. These he mingled in much the same fashion, yet not in the same purity, but in the 2nd and 3rd degree. When he had wrought the whole mass, he divided it into souls of equal number with the stars, assigning each several soul to its several star. Mounting them on these, as it were on chariots, he displayed the universe before them and declared the laws of their destiny. For all there was to be one and the same appointed first birth, that none of them might come short of at his hands. They were to be sown each in the instrument of time assigned it, and be born as that creature which, of all creatures, most fears God. And since mankind is of 2 sexes, the better is that which should hereafter be called man. When they should have of necessity been implanted in bodies, and there should be processes of accretion of portions to and discretion of portions from their body, there must necessarily arise in them all, first the same natural sensibility to violent impressions, next lust with its mingling of pleasures and pain, and moreover fear and wrath, and all passions which attend on these, or are their natural opposites. If they should master these, their life would be righteous, and if they should be mastered by them, wicked. And he that should live his appointed time well, should return to the abode of the star, his fellow, and there live in felicity and converse with it. He who should fail in this should be transformed in this 2nd birth into a woman. If even so he cease not from his wickedness, according to the manner of his sin, in answering manner he should ever be transformed into some beast, and have no rest from change and torment until he should subdue, to the revolution of the same and uniform within himself, all that medley of fire and water and air and earth that had grown about it later, mastering its turbulence and disproportion by discourse, and so return to his first and best estate. When he had delivered all these ordinances to them, to the end that he might be guiltless of their after several wickedness, he sowed them, some in the earth, some in the moon, some in all the other instruments of time. After this sowing, he left it to the new-made gods to mold mortal bodies, to fashion and rule over all that must yet accrue to a human soul, with whatsoever is incidental to these tasks, and to govern the mortal creature right fairly and well, save in so far as it should be a cause of ill to itself. When he had disposed all these matters thus, he returned to his wonted rest, and while he rested, his sons marked his bidding and obeyed it. Receiving the immortal principle of a mortal creature, they fell to copying their own maker, borrowing from the world portions of fire and earth, water and air, as loans to be one day repaid, and welding their borrowings together, not with those indissoluble bonds wherewith they were themselves compacted, but with a multitude of rivets too minute to be seen. Thus they fashioned for each creature one body of many parts, and in it they bound the orbits of the immortal soul, as in a current flowing in on them and flowing of. Thus, being bound in a mighty river, they neither prevailed nor were prevailed on, but caused and suffered perturbation in such fashion that the whole creature moved indeed, but moved at hazard, with no order nor proportion in its gait. Having all the 6 motions, they went forward and backward, and anon right and left, down and up, straying everywhere in the 6 senses. There was a mighty torrent sweeping over it and flowing away again, which ministered its nutriment, but yet graver disorder was caused by the qualities of things encountered. When a creature's body was impinged upon by fire, not its own, from without, or a solid mass of earth, or moist and slippery waters, or overtaken by the blast of driving winds, and the motions thus caused passed through the body to the soul and smote upon her. 'Tis for this very reason they were later called as a class, and even today are called sensations. At the time we speak of, above all, they caused numerous and violent instant motions, as they joined with the ever-flowing current to move and furiously shake the revolutions in the soul. That the same they brought utterly to a stand, staying it from control and advanced by flowing counter to it, and that of the other they perturbed. Thus, though the 3 pairs of intervals of the double and triple, and the middle terms and links of the ratios of 3 to 2, 4 to 3, and 9 to 8 were utterly dissoluble, except by him who had joined them together, they were twisted in all manner of ways, and all possible infractions and deformations caused in the circles. They barely held together, and though they moved, their movements followed no law. Now they were reserved, now oblique, anon inverted. It was as though a man should rest his head on the ground and support his feet on something above him. In such a case, the right side of subject or spectator seems to be his left, and his left his right to the other party. Since the circles, then, are gravely affected by this and other the like confusions, when they impinge on aught of the same or the other without themselves, they pronounce it the same with this and different from that contrary to the true facts, and so become false and foolish. At such times there is no governing and directing revolution in them. But when sensations from without break in upon them and draw the whole volume of the soul after them, then the circles, though seeming to prevail, are prevailed against. 'Tis because of these affections that today, as in the beginning, a soul becomes unintelligent when it is first chained in a mortal body. But when the vehemence of the current of growth and nutriment remits, and the circles, profiting by the calm, go in their true paths, with regularity increasing with the advance of time, then, and not till then, are their orbits corrected into their primary form, pronounced rightly concerning different and same, and frame their possessor to intelligence. If a right nurture is further seconded by education, such a man recovers of his deadly disease and becomes altogether sound and without blemish. But if he is neglectful, his pilgrimage through life is but halting, and he returns to Hades at its end imperfect and foolish. Yet this is a later story. Our present topic calls for our more precise investigation, and its preliminaries, the causes and providential purposes of the piecemeal fashioning of body and soul, must now be related with all adherence to the most likely account. Copying the figure of the universe, which was round, the gods bound the two divine revolutions in a spherical body, that we now call our head, our divinest member and sovereign of all the rest. Perceiving that it would partake of all motions that were to be, they assembled the whole body and bestowed this upon it for its service, that it might not roll on the earth, with its multitude of heights and hollows, unable to climb the one or evade the other. The body was given it as a vehicle of conveyance. This is why our body was elongated and put forth 4 limbs, tensile and flexible, God contriving thus for its transit. With these members, it could cling to a support or plant itself upon one, and so make its way through all regions, carrying the abode of our divinest and holiest part of our summit. These, then, are the reasons why all have been endowed with legs and hands, also judging the front part more worthy than the back to be in honor and to command. The gods made us to travel, for the most part, in that direction. The front of man's body had thereto to be distinguished from the back and unlike it. So they first annexed the face to the orb of the head on that side, and fixed on it organs for the soul's whole forethought, appointing thus our natural front part to take the lead in us. The first organs they fabricated were eyes to give us light, which they fixed in us in this manner. They fashioned into a body such fire as had the property not of burning, but of providing a gentle light, proper today. For they caused the fire within us akin to this to flow through the eyes in a fine stream, first compacting the whole, but more especially the middle of the eye, to be smooth and dense, so that it kept in everything of coarser texture. But let this fire filter through pure by itself. Hence, when there is daylight around about the visual stream, it issues forth like to like, coalesces and forms a single uniform body with the light in the direction of the line of vision in which the ray emitted strikes upon the external object it encounters. So the whole, in virtue of its uniformity, is affected uniformly when it has contact with another thing or another thing with it, transmits the motion of that thing through all the body to the soul, and causes the sensation we call vision. But when the kindred fire has withdrawn into night, the visual ray is cut off. It issues out into the unlike and itself suffers alteration, and so quenched, no longer coalescing with the adjacent air, seeing that this contains no fire. So it ceases from seeing and further induces sleep. For when the eyelids, which the gods devised for a protection to the eye, close, they confine the fire within them, and it diffuses and tranquilizes the motions within. When the calm resulting from the tranquilization is profound, we are overtaken by sleep with but few dreams. But if more considerable motions remain, images are formed within and remembered without on waking, answering in character and number to the motions and the regions in which they persist. It will now be easy to understand the facts about the formation of images in mirrors and those about smooth reflecting surfaces in general. From the combination of the one fire with the other, of that within with that without, and the formation in this case also at the smooth surface of a single fire, which is deformed in various ways, all such reflections necessarily arise as the fire of the figure seen coalesces with the fire of the beholder's eye at the smooth, bright surface. The left side of the figure appears its right because opposite parts of the visual ray come into contact with the opposite parts of the figure, contrary to the normal rule of contact. On the other hand, right appears right and left when the visual rays has changed sides in the act of coalescing with that with which it coalesces, as happens when the smooth surface of the mirror, having an elevation at either side, shifts the right side of the visual ray to the left and the left to the right. But when the curvature is lengthwise to the figure, this same cause makes it appear inverted, shifting the underside of the visual ray upwards and its upper downwards. All these, then, are but some of the accessory causes whose ministry God employed to achieve the best, as far as may be, through the more part hold them not for accessory causes, but for true causes of all things, working by heating and cooling, solidifying and liquefying, and in other like ways, whereas they can have no discourse nor understanding at all. For that to which soul of things that are, it pertains to get understanding, we must call soul. It is unseen, whereas fire and water and earth and air are all visible created bodies. And a lover of understanding and science must need seek causes of the intelligent sort first, such as arise when one thing is moved by another, and itself of necessity moves yet another, second. Whence we too must do thus, we must speak of causes of both sorts, but mark the distinction of those that with understanding fashion the beautiful and good from those that, void of intelligence, achieve their sundry casual and random effects. As to the accessory contributing causes whereby the eyes got the faculty they now possess, let this much suffice. Next we must speak of that supreme blessing they confer, for the sake of which God has given them to us, sight. Then, as I hold, is the cause of our chiefest blessing, inasmuch as no word of our present discourse of the universe could have been uttered, had we never seen stars, sun, nor sky. As it is, the vision of day and night, months and circling years, equinoctials and solstices has created number, given us the notion of time, and moved us to search out universal nature. Hence we have derived philosophy, than which no greater boon has been, nor ever shall be, bestowed by heaven on mortality. This, then, I say, is the chiefest blessing of eyesight. Why should we harp on the minor boons for which one who loveth not wisdom would make unavailing lament, if he lost them by blindness? For ourselves, let us say that the cause and purpose of vision is this: God invented it, and God bestowed it on us that we might perceive the orbits of understanding in the heavens, and apply them to the revolutions of our own thought that are akin to them. The perturbed to the imperturbable might learn to know them and compute them rightly and truly, and so correct the aberrations of the circles in ourselves by imitating the never-erring circles of the God. The same is to be said once more of voice and hearing. They have been granted by the gods to this same purpose and end. For speech has been appointed for this very purpose, and contributes most of all to it, as also all vocal music, which has been given us that we might listen to it for the sake of melody. And melody, with its movements akin to the revolutions of the soul within us, has been given by the Muses to him who uses their company with understanding, not for foolish pleasure, which is thought today its function, but as an ally for the revolutions of the soul within us that has been put out of tune, to bring it back to order in consonance with itself. Rhythm also was granted us to the same end by the same givers for our help, by reason of the want of measure and grace that has come to be in the habit of soul of the most of us. Now what we have said thus far, save for a few things, have displayed the creations of understanding, but our discourse must also set by their side the effects of necessity. For indeed the generation of this our world came about from a combination of necessity with understanding. But understanding overruled necessity by persuading her to conduct the most part of the effects to the best issue. Thus, then, And on this wise was this universe compacted in the beginning by the victory of reasonable persuasion over necessity. Once if a man would tell the tale of the making truly, he must bring the arient cause also into the story, so far as its nature permits. So we must go back on our own traces thus. We must once more find a second proper starting point for this special theme and begin with it again from the beginning, even as we did before. We must, I say, consider what fire, water, air, and earth are in themselves before the making of the heavens, and what went before this. Until now, no one has explained their origin. We talk of them as though our hearers knew what fire and the rest are, and take them for an alphabet of nature, whereas they should not so much as be compared with syllables by one who has wit, be it never so little. For ourselves, then, we will state our present purpose thus. Of the universal beginning, or beginnings of things, be they what they may, we shall not speak now, and that for the single reason that it were hard to explain our convictions by our present method. You are not, then, to expect the explanation from me, even as I am unable to convince myself that I should do right to attempt a task of that magnitude. Mindful of what I said at first of the character of probable discourse, I shall endeavor to make a statement in each point, and all not less but more probable than what has been said from the beginning of our discourse until now. And let us then make a fresh start in our discourse with a second appeal to God at the outset to grant a safe passage through a strange and novel argument to a probable conclusion. To proceed, our new cosmological starting point requires a more elaborate distinction than our old. We began, in fact, by a distinction between two terms, but have now to call attention to a third. For the purpose of what we have, hitherto said, it was enough to distinguish between two things, our postulated, intelligible, and perpetually self-same model in the first place, and its transient, visible copy in the second. In our original distinction, we introduced no further third term, as we supposed that these two would suffice us. Now, it seems our discourse compels us to attempt the exposition of a perplexed and obscure concept. What quality and nature, then, must we ascribe to it? Something of this kind, that is, the receptacle, the foster mother, as I might say, of all becoming. But true as the statement is, the point needs to be expressed more clearly, and to do this is difficult, more particularly because it requires the raising of a preliminary question about fire and the other things which have the same status. It is difficult, in fact, to say which of these we ought to call really water rather than fire, or indeed to call by any one of these names rather than by all and each. That is, if our language is to be at all confident and certain. Now, what is our preliminary problem about these bodies, and how may we give it a plausible expression? To begin with, consider what we have currently named water. We see it, as we fancy, becoming stones and earth by solidification, and again wind and air by liquefaction and disgregation. Air becoming fire by inflammation, and fire, in its turn, taking the form of it again by coalescence and extinction, and air, once more, as it closes together, in condensation, becoming cloud and mist. Water distilling from them, as they are felted, still closer, and earth and stones coming from water again, and all these, as it seems, passing into one another by cyclical transformation. Then, since none of them thus wears a constant aspect, of which of them can one say with confident assurance that it is this same thing and no other, without blushing for himself? Of none of them all. Far the safest rule in speaking of them is the following. Whenever we see a thing changing, fire, for example, We must, in every case, call fire not this, but this like. And water again, not this, but always this like. Nor yet may we use the word this of any of the things we fancy we are indicating when we point them out by the use of the words this and that, as though any of them had a permanent being. They will not face a trial, but evade the issue of the impeachment of being this or that, or thus, or any indictment of permanence. None of these expressions should be used. In each case and in all, the name should be given to the this like whichever recurs as similar. Thus, for example, we should give the name fire to that which is uniformly of such and such quality, and so with all names for what becomes that, and that only, wherein all are ever appearing, and whence all vanish again should be called by the name this and that. That which is of any quality, hot or cold, or any of the opposites, or their derivatives, should receive none of these names. But I must try to explain the point once more clearly. Conceive that a man has fashioned figures of all kinds in gold, and were never to cease transforming each of them into all the rest. If one should point to one of them and ask what it was, far the safest answer in point of truth would be to say gold, and never to speak of the triangles and other figures that appeared in the gold as being, since they would actually be changing while the words were uttering. One should rather be content if they so much as admit of the designation such like, with any certainty. Now the same thing must be said also of that which receives all bodies. It must be called ever self-same, for it never departs from its own quality. For it is always receiving all things, and has never anywhere a shape in any way like any of the things that enter it. For it is there as a natural matrix for all things, moved and variously figured by the things that enter it, but through their agency takes on diverse appearances at diverse times. But the things that enter and leave it are copies of the eternal things, molded upon them in an obscure and wondrous fashion which we will pursue on another occasion. For the present, meanwhile, we must conceive three terms: that which becomes, that wherein it becomes, that on the model whereof that which becomes to be. We may further properly compare the recipient with a mother, the model with a father, that which arises between them with their child, and may reflect that if there is to be a casting exhibiting all manner of diversities, the vehicle wherein it is cast will not have been duly prepared unless it is devoid of all those forms it is to receive from elsewhere. Were it like anything that enters into it, when things of opposite or wholly different character came to it and were received in it, it would reproduce them amiss, as its own features would shine through. Therefore also that which is to receive all kinds in itself must be bare of all forms. Just as in the manufacture of fragrant ointments, the artist first contrives the same initial advantage. He makes the fluids which are to receive his perfumes as scentless as he can. So too, those who essay to model figures in some soft vehicle permit no figure whatsoever to be already visible there, but first level the surface and make it as smooth as they may. In like fashion, too, that which is to receive duly in all its regions repeated copies of the and eternal things ought to be itself bare of all the forms. Thus, then, is why we are not to call the mother and receptacle of creation visible and sensible generally earth, nor air, nor fire, nor water, nor any of their compounds, nor constituents. But if we say it is somewhat invisible and formless, all receptive and partaking of the intelligible in a manner most puzzling and hard to grasp, we shall not be wrong. So far as its character may be discerned from what we have premised, the truest account of it would be as follows: that such part of it as is ignited appears from time to time as fire, such as is liquefied as water, or as earth and air, so far as it receives copies of them. To state the issue more precisely, we must decide the following question about them. Is there such a thing as fire which is just fire by itself, or any other of the things of which we are so often saying that each of them is just itself in itself? Or are there only the things we see and perceive by our bodily senses generally, with a reality to match themselves and nothing else whatsoever? Are we talking insignificantly whenever we speak of the existence of various intelligible forms, and do our words prove to be nothing but verbiage? Well, it would be as improper to make a confident assertion without bringing our present issue to examination and judgment as to insert a long digression in an already lengthy discourse. If we find we can determine a grave question in few words, that will be the most timely procedure. My personal judgment, then, I deliver in this sense. If understanding and true opinion are two, these forms, which we cannot perceive by sense but only think of, assuredly exist in themselves. But if, as is held by some, true opinion is in no way different from understanding, then whatever we apprehend by bodily sense must be assumed to be our most certain reality. And the two must, of course, be pronounced two, since they are diverse in origin and unlike in character. For the one is produced in us by instruction, the other by persuasion. The one is always attended by true discourse, the other by none. The one cannot be shaken by persuasion, the other can. The one, we must admit, belongs to all mankind, but understanding to gods and a very few men. And since all this is so, we must confess that the form is one thing, self-same, never born, never perishing, neither receiving anything else into itself from without, nor entering anywhere into anything else, invisible and imperceptible to any sense. It is that, in fact, which it is the function of thinking to contemplate. A second thing is that which bears the same name and is like the first, but is perceptible to sense, is born, is continually in motion, comes to be in a place and again vanishes out of it, is apprehended by opinion based on sense, and thus lays such claim as it may to being, or else to be nothing at all, but for that which indeed is. True scientific discourse supports the plea that so long as this is this and that, neither can ever come to be in the other, so that they become at once one and two. Let this then be taken, in sum, for the doctrine for which my own judgment is given, even before the birth of a heaven. There were these several, three, being space, becoming. Hence, as the foster mother of becoming was liquefied and ignited and received the shapes of earth and air and underwent further affections consequent on this, she took on many mostly guises. And since the forces with which she was filled were neither alike nor equipoised, there was no equipoise in any region of her. She was swayed and agitated with utter irregularity by these her contents, and agitated them in turn by her motion. In virtue of these motions, the contents were incessantly disgregated and carried in different directions, just as when matters are agitated and winnowed in sieves and implements for the purification of grain. The dense and heavy move to one quarter and settle there, the rare and light to another. Even so at that time, as the four kinds were agitated by the receptacle, which itself had the motion of a vibratory implement, it separated the most unlike of them furthest from one another, but forced the most like closest together. Hence they got each its different region, even before the ordered universe was fashioned from them. And until that time they all were naturally without ratio or measure. But when the ordering of the universe was set about, God first began by laying out, by figure and number, the patterns of fire and water and earth and air, which heretofore, though showing some vestiges of their structure, were altogether in such state as might be expected when God is absent, that he shaped them to be, as they had not been before, wholly beauteous and good, as far as might be, we must presuppose throughout as our standing principle. What I have now to attempt to disclose to you is the particular structure and origin of them each and all. The argument will be novel, but you have been schooled in the branches of knowledge needed for the explanation of my propositions, and so will be able to follow. First, then, it must be obvious to anyone that fire, earth, water, and air are bodies, and all body has volume. Volume, again, is necessarily enclosed by surface, and rectilinear surface is composed of triangles. All triangles are derived from two, and each of these has one right angle and two acute. One of them has on either side half a right angle subtended by equal sides, the other unequal parts of a right angle subtended by unequal sides. So we postulate thus as the source of fire, and the other bodies as we follow our argument, which combines necessity with probability. What still more remote sources there may be is known to God and such men as God loves. We have to say then, what would be the four most beautiful bodies which are unlike one another, though some of them can be generated from one another by resolution? In answer to this question, we have the truth concerning the generation of earth and fire, and their mean proportionals. For we shall concede to no man, I take it, that there are more beautiful visible bodies than these, each in its kind. We must do our endeavor, then, to construct the four bodies of excellent beauty and assert that we have thoroughly understood their character. Well, of our two triangles, the isosceles admits only a single variety, but the scalene an endless number. So once more, out of this infinity, we must give our preference to the most beautiful, if we are to make a beginning to our mind. So, if a man can tell us of a selection of the construction of these bodies more beautiful than our own, his triumph will be that of a friend, not an enemy. But, for our own part, we postulate as the most beautiful of all these triangles one type, to the exclusion of the rest, that whereof a pair compose an equilateral triangle. The reason why is a lengthy story, but if a man will examine the point and discover that it is not so, the palm should be yielded without a contest. Let us then presume that we have selected two triangles as those from which fire and other bodies have been constructed, the one isosceles, the other having the second power of the greater side always triple that of the less. Accordingly, we must now be more precise on a point we had previously treated inaccurately. It appeared that all four kinds of bodies pass through one another into one another, but this approach is misleading. For the triangles we have selected give rise to four varieties, three constructed from that which has unequal sides, the fourth, and only the fourth, from the isosceles. Hence, not all the four can be resolved into one another by the union of many of the smaller to form the fewer of the greater, and vice versa, but only three of them. These have all one origin, and thus, when the greater are broken up, many smaller will be formed of the same constituents, receiving their appropriate shapes, and again, when many of the smaller are dissolved into their triangles, they may be fashioned into a numerically single volume and constitute a single fresh larger body. So much, then, may suffice concerning their transition into one another. We have next to say what is the figure of each, and from what number of components it arises. We will begin, accordingly, with the construction of the simplest and smallest body. Its unit is the triangle which has its hypotenuse double in length of the lesser side. If a pair of these are placed diametrically opposite one another, And this is done thrice over, the diameters and shorter sides coinciding in the same vertex. The 6 give rise to one equilateral triangle. 4 equilateral triangles whose plane angles meet by 3's create a single solid angle, that which comes after the most obtuse of plane angles, and by the formation of 4 such angles is constructed the simplest solid figure, which divides the surface of a sphere into equal and similar regions. A second arises from the same triangles, when they have been combined to form 8 equilateral triangles and have yielded a single solid angle by the meeting of 4 plane. With the production of 6 such solid angles, the second body was completed. The third arises from a combination of 120 such units, or 12 solid angles, each enclosed by 5 plane triangles, and has 20 equilateral triangle faces. And with this the first unit had begotten its progeny, and received its discharge. But the isosceles triangle went on to beget the fourth body, yielding a single equilateral quadrangle from the combination of 4 units with their right angles meeting at a common vertex. The composition of 6 such figures produced 8 solid angles, each constructed by the meeting of 3 plane right angles, and thus the shape of the resultant body was the cube, which has 6 quadrangular equilateral plane faces. There was still one combination left, the fifth, and for this God found a use in embroidering the universe with constellations. Now, if one who duly perpends all this should ask himself whether the number of worlds should be called infinite or finite, he would judge that to call it infinite is, in very deed, the doctrine of one unversed in the matters wherewith he ought to be conversant. But whether there should be said to be in reality 1 or 5, there is the point where he might more plausibly stop and raise a doubt. Our own sentence, in fact, declares the God to be one, according to the probable account, but another, who looks to different considerations, may be of the other opinion. With him we must not dispute, but must assign the various structures we have now generated in our story to fire, earth, water, and air. To earth, then, we may give the cubic figure, since earth is the most inert of the 4 and the most viscous of these bodies, and that which has the most stable faces must necessarily be most completely of this kind. But in the triangles of our initial postulate, the face with the equal sides is naturally more stable than that with the unequal, and again, of the plane figures constructed from either the equilateral quadrangle necessarily in its parts and as a whole stands more surely than the triangle. Thus we shall preserve the probability of our story if we assign this figure to earth, the next most immobile figure to water, the most mobile to fire, and the intermediate figure to air, and likewise the smallest body to fire, the largest to water, that which is intermediate to air, and once more the most angular to fire, the second in this respect to air, the third to water. Of them all, then, that which has the fewest faces must be the most mobile, as also the most penetrating and angular, as well as the lightest, since it is composed of the least number of the same parts. The second must hold the second place in these respects, and the third the third. Hence we may, with as much plausibility as truth, take the pyramid we have constructed as the unit and seed of fire. The figure we constructed second we will call that of air, the third that of water. Accordingly, we must think of all so small that the individual body of each variety is wholly invisible to us from its minuteness, though their masses become visible when large numbers are aggregated together. In especial, as to the proportions between their numbers, their motions, and their characters in general, we are to think that God elaborated them with all the precision permitted by the willing consent of necessity, and adjusted all with the due proportion. On the whole account, then, the things whose kinds we have named, in all probability, behave as follows. When earth meets with fire and is resolved by its sharp angles, whether the resolution takes place in a medium of fire itself, of air, or of water, it will drift loose until its fragments encounter one another, coalesce and become earth again, as they will never assume a different figure. When water is reduced by fire or again by air, decomposition may give rise to one corpuscle of fire and two of air. When one particle of air is resolved, it may give rise to two corpuscles of fire. Again, when a little fire is enveloped by a considerable aggregate of air or water, or it may be earth, moves within this drifting mass, has its resistance overcome, and is shattered into fragments. Two corpuscles of fire will coalesce into a unit of air. Or if air is overpowered and fractionized, one whole unit of water will be compounded from 2.5 of air. So we may reword the account as follows. When one of the other kinds is surrounded by fire and divided by the sharpness of its angles and edges, it is recombined in the shape of fire. The division comes to an end, as none of them can effect any change in a third uniform and identical with itself, nor be itself affected by that which is uniform and similar with itself. But so long as it is in transformation and offers resistance to the more powerful mass, its resolution is unending. On the other side, when a few of the smaller particles are enveloped by more of the larger and in process of extinction by disintegration, if they consent to coalesce into the figure of the prevailing mass, the extinction comes to an end. From fire they become air, from air water, but if they come to terms, and one of the other kinds joins battle with them, their dissolution does not end until either they are wholly resolved by the thrusting and making their escape to then kindred, or are overcome, form one aggregate uniform with the victorious mass, and keep house with it. And 'tis to be noted that throughout these processes all are exchanging their regions. For though, in virtue of the motion of that which receives them, the great masses of the several kinds have each its own separate place, the portions which become unlike themselves and like other things are steadily borne by the swaying motion to the place of those to which they have become like. These, then, are the causes of the making of the uncompounded primary bodies. But whereas there are several varieties within their kinds, the reason of this is to be found in the structure of either unit, to wit that God did not in the beginning create either triangle of one magnitude, only he made them greater and lesser, and the number of these differences is the same as that of the varieties within the kinds. Hence the endless complexity of their combinations with themselves and each other, which must consequently be contemplated by him who is to discourse of nature with probability. Concerning motion and rest, then, if we are not agreed how and in what conditions the twain arise, our further reasoning will be under a grave impediment. Now, in part we have spoken of them already, but to what was then said we may add this. Motion will never be present in the homogeneous, for it were difficult, or rather impossible, that there should be moved without mover, or mover without moved. Without both there can be no motion, and that they should be homogeneous is a flat impossibility. Hence we will assume that rest is found always in the homogeneous, motion in the heterogeneous. Again, the cause of heterogeneity is inequality. The origin of inequality we have indeed described, but we did not say how it is that things have not been separated out into their kinds, and so come to an end of their translation through one another. We will repeat our statement then in this form. The compass of the universe, which envelops all the kinds, is spherical and tends naturally to return into itself. Thus it clips them all around and is fain to leave no empty space. Hence fire has the widest extension of them all, and air next to it, even as it is second in rarity, and so with the rest. Those with the largest particles leave the greatest empty gaps in their texture, those with the smallest the least. Accordingly, the process of felting thrusts the smaller particles into the interstices between the larger. Hence, as the small are juxtaposed with the large, the greater separated by the lesser, and the lesser brought together by the greater. All are carried in every direction to their own regions, for each, as it changes its magnitude, changes also the situation of its region. Thus, in this way, there is a perpetual safeguard for the occurrence of the heterogeneity which provides these bodies with perpetual and unending motion. We must next observe that of fire there are several varieties flame. That which is given off by flame and supplies the eyes with light, though it does not burn. That which is left behind in embers after the extinction of flame. So again with air, there is the brightest variety called ether, the most turbid which we call mist and darkness, and others which have no names, all due to the inequality of the triangles. In the case of water, there are two primary varieties, the liquid and the fusible. The liquid is composed of varieties of water which are minute and unequal, and so it's readily set in motion from within or without because of the heterogeneity and the figure of its shape. That which is composed of large homogeneous particles is more stable and frozen hard by its homogeneity. But when fire makes its way into it and dissolves it, it loses this homogeneity and becomes more mobile. Being now readily mobile, it is thrust against by the neighboring air and distended over the ground, the process of reduction in bulk receiving the name of melting, that of distension over the ground the name of flowing. As the fire, on being expelled again, does not escape into a void, the neighboring air receives a thrust, forces the still mobile liquid mass into the places left by the fire, and mingles itself with it. The latter, being thus thrust together, recovers its homogeneity by reason of the departure of the fire which caused the heterogeneity, and returns to its old condition. The name refrigeration has been given to the escape of the fire, that of solidification to the contraction which follows on this escape. Among these various fusible forms of water, as we have called them, the densest, a unique variety, formed of the finest and most homogeneous particles of gleaming, ruddy hue, is gold, the treasure of opulence. It is frozen solid by filtering through rock. The core of gold, which by reason of its density is supremely hard and has a deeper hue, has been named adamant. That which has particles like those of gold, but more varieties than one, and in point of density is denser than gold and harder, since it contains a small quantity of fine earth, but weighs lighter by reason of the large empty interstices within it. This formation is copper, again a variety of bright and frozen water. As for the earth in it, when the two substances are separated again by the action of time, it appears on its surface, and is then called verdigris. It would now be a simple matter to go through the list of the rest of those bodies, and when it is for his relaxation that a man lays aside the laws of eternal being and gets innocent pleasure from the contemplation of the probabilities of becoming, 'tis a modest and reasonable pastime he brings into his life. So we will give it rein now, and proceed further with probabilities on the subjects as follows. Water with an admixture of fire, which is fine and liquid by reason of its motion and the rolling course along the ground, which gives it this name of liquid, and also soft, because its faces are less stable than those of earth and so are yielding. Water, as I say, when cut off and isolated from fire and air, becomes more homogeneous, but is made to contract and solidify by the particles which are leaving it. When it suffers this change well above the earth's surface, it is called hail. When at the earth's surface, ice. When the change is partial and leaves it only half solidified, we call the result snow in the higher region, but rime when it arises from the freezing of dew on the earth's surface. Most of the forms of water, when intermingled, the group as a whole, being filtered through plants, are known as saps, and diversified by the mixture, present a large number of varieties without names. But the 4 kinds which contain fire, being specially conspicuous, have received names. That which warms soul and body together is known as wine. That which is smooth and divides the visual ray and is consequently bright, gleaming, and glossy to the eye, as the class of oils, pitch, castor oil, olive oil, itself and all substance of the same quality. That which dilates the gustatory passages to their normal condition, yielding by this action a sweet taste, has obtained the general designation honey. That which corrodes flesh, a frothy substance secreted from all saps, may have been named verjuice. As for the sorts of earth, that which has been strained through water becomes stone in the following way. When a water commingled with it is broken up in the process of mingling, it becomes air. Now that it has become air, it rushed upward into its own region. But as there was no void above it, of course, impinges on the contiguous air. Thus being heavy, when so impinged upon and diffused round the mass of earth, compresses it violently and forces it into the places from which the newly formed air has ascended. And from earth thus forced by air into indissoluble conjunction with water are formed stones, the precious being of the transparent kind, with equal and uniform particles, the base of the contrary sort. That which has been despoiled of all its moisture by a rapid fire, a formation more brittle than the other, is what we have named brick. Sometimes, when some of the moisture is left and the earth has been fused by fire, on its cooling, that which has a black color becomes stone. There are, moreover, a pair of substances formed in the same way by the subtraction of a large quantity of water after the commingling, but with finer particles of earth and a salty taste. These are half solid and can be resolved again by water. That which cleanses from grease and dirt is soda. That which enters agreeably into blends of flavors, salt, a body traditionally acceptable to heaven. As for the compounds of the two, which are not soluble by water, but only by fire, the reason why they combine so is this. Fire and air will not decompose a mass of earth, since their particles are smaller than the empty interstices within it. Hence, it gives them ready passage, and they exert no force upon it, and consequently leave it unresolved and undecomposed. But the particles of water are larger, and their passage through the earth forcible, and thus they resolve and decompose it. Yet, though, when earth is not violently compressed, it is soluble only in this way by water. If it is so compressed, it can be resolved by nothing but fire, since no possibility of entrance is left for anything else. Water, under extreme compression, can be dissolved only by fire, but under less extreme pressure both fire and air, the latter resolving it at its interstices, the former actually into its triangles. Air, forcibly compressed, is resoluble by nothing except into its units, and when not so compressed, is only to be decomposed by fire. So in these compounds of earth and water, so long as water occupies the interstices of the earth, close packed though they are, the particles of water arriving from without have no ingress but diffuse themselves around the whole mass and leave it undecomposed. But the particles of fire make their way into the interstices of the water and act upon it as water itself acts on earth. Thus they, and only they, can decompose the compound and cause it to melt. Of these compounds, some contain less water than earth, and these are glass, of all kinds, and all the stones we call fusible. Others, however, contain more water, viz., all sorts of wax and spices. We have now, I take it, completed our review of the varieties due to the shapes of the several substances, their combinations, and the reciprocal transformations, and must try to explain the reasons of their qualities. Accordingly, we must take it as primary presupposition that we are treating at every point of something which is sensible, though we have not at present described the formation of flesh and its accompaniments, nor of the mortal component of soul. In point of fact, while this subject cannot be adequately discussed without reference to sensible qualities, nor they without reference to it, it is quite impossible to deal with both at once. Hence, we shall have to begin by postulating one of the two sets of facts and return to our postulate in the sequel. So, in order to proceed directly from the consideration of the varieties of our particles to their qualities, we may presuppose the existence of soul and body. First of all, then, we may see why we call fire hot if we consider the severing and cutting it effects in our own bodies. We all, of course, perceive by sense that this effect is piercing if we recall to mind the construction of its figure. We can infer to the fineness of its edges, the acuteness of its angles, the minuteness of its particles, the rapidity of their movement. All characters in respect of which it is violent and cutting, and so always makes a sharp cut in whatever encounters it, and may then conclude that it, more than any other substance, by the fine divisions and lacerations it causes in our bodies, has naturally made us acquainted with the quality we now call heat, and with the word itself. The contrasted quality, though obvious, shall not be left undescribed. Larger particles of surrounding fluids make their way into the body and displace the smaller, as they cannot insert themselves in the places left by these latter. They compress the moisture of the body, which had previously been non-uniform and in motion, arrest its motion by this compression and the consequent uniformity, and thus solidify it. The abnormal construction it resists by a normal pressure in the opposite direction. Shuddering and shivering are the appellations given to this convulsive resistance. The effect as a whole and its agent have received the name cold. Hard is the name given to the things which our flesh yields, soft to those which yield to our flesh. Things are called hard and soft relatively to each other on a similar grounds. That is yielding which is supported by a small surface. The figure which square faces, being very firmly supported, is most stubbornly unyielding, as is also everything which is highly resistant, in virtue of compression, to maximum density. The meaning of heavy and light will be most certainly grasped if we consider it in conjunction with that of the expressions up and down. It is, in fact, wholly erroneous to maintain that there are just two naturally distinct and directly opposite regions: down, the direction of motion of everything which has corporeal volume, and up, the direction in which nothing moves except by constraint. For since the heaven as a whole is spherical, all its extreme points, being at the same distance from its center, must be equally real extremities, while the center, having the same measure of distance from all the extremes, must be held to be directly opposite each and all. Since then this is the structure of the world, which of the regions we have named could one pronounce to be up or down, without being deservedly held to be using wholly inappropriate words? Its central region has no right to be called really either up or down, but merely central. The circumference, again, is, of course, not in the center, nor does any part of it differ at all from any other, relatively to the center or to anything opposite itself. But when a thing is everywhere uniform, what names of contrasted sense can be applied to it, or how are they to be applied? In discourse, we could commend. Where there an actual solid equiposed in the center of the universe, it could never move towards any of the extreme points, seeing that all are wholly uniform. Nay, more, if one traveled round the circumference of such a body, he would repeatedly call the same region of it up and down, since he would so often be standing at his own antipodes. The universe, then, being spherical, as we have just said, no thinking man can call one region in it down and another up, whence these designations have been derived, and what are the real subjects by transference, wherefrom we customarily apply the distinction to the heaven as a whole. We may explain by the following presupposition. Suppose a man stood in the region of the universe where there is the main body of fire, the great aggregate, in fact, towards which fire tends to move. Suppose, I say, one who were stationed there and had the requisite force were to detach parcels of the fire and weigh them in scales, raising the balance and so forcibly lifting the fire with it into the unlike region of air. Plainly, a lesser bulk would yield to this compulsion more readily than a greater. Since if two such masses are both raised by a single force, the lesser necessarily follows the constraint more readily, the greater from its resistance less readily, and thus the great mass is inevitably said to be heavy and to tend downwards, the small to be light and to tend upwards. Accordingly, we ought to detect ourselves in the act of doing the like with reference to our own region. When we stand on the earth and weigh earthy substances, or it may be uncompound earth, we are lifting them into an unlike region, the air, forcibly against their natural tendency, and in either case they cling to their own kind. But the lesser bulk is more readily overpowered by the constraint than the greater and follows him more quickly into the unlike region. Hence we have come to call such a bulk light, and the region to which we constrain it up, and the opposite effects heavy and down. Consequently, these determinations must be variable and relative, since the aggregates of the various sorts of body occupy opposed regions. In fact, we shall discover that all manner of relations of direct opposition, inclination, difference, arise and persist between the light in one region and the light in the opposite region, the heavy and the heavy, the down and the down, the up and the up. But there is at least one point we must understand in all cases. The path of each sort of body towards the kindred aggregate gives the name heavy to the moving body, and down to the direction of its movement. The opposite facts occasion the opposite designations. So let this suffice as an account of the causes of these characters. As for those of smooth and rough, their cause, I take it, can be perceived and expounded by any man. The second, in fact, is due to the combination of hardness with unevenness, the first to that of evenness with density. There still remains a supreme problem connected with the affections common to the body as a whole, that of the cause of the pleasantness and painfulness of the qualities we have just examined, and of all those which are apprehended by sensations received from our members and attended by inherent pains or pleasures. Let us, then, conceive the causes of all affections, sensible or insensible, in the following manner, bearing in mind that we have already drawn a distinction between the readily mobile and that which is only moved with difficulty. For it is on such lines that we should pursue proposed investigation. The naturally readily mobile, if affected by even a slight modification, sets in action a circle of parts, each affecting another in the same way until they reach intelligence and inform it of the quality of the agent. Whereas what is of the opposite character, being stable and giving rise to no such circle, merely receives a modification without setting any neighboring part in motion. Hence, as the initial modification is not transmitted from one part to another and leaves the organism as a whole unaffected, the subject remains insensible. This is the case with bones and hair and such other parts of our frame as are composed chiefly of earth. The first mentioned case is that above all the organs of sight, and hearing, since in them fire and air play the principal part. Accordingly, we must conceive pleasure and pain as follows. A process of disturbance of our normal state, if sudden and considerable, is painful, but the return to the normal, on the contrary, when sudden and considerable, pleasant. A gentle and inconsiderable process is imperceptible, but its opposite perceptible. And any process which runs its course with facility is eminently perceptible, but attended by pain or pleasure, as for example, those which occur in the actual visual ray, which, it will be remembered, we have already stated to be a body which adheres to our own in the daylight. No pain, in fact, is caused to this ray by cuts, burns, and other modifications to which it is subject, and no pleasure by the return to its former condition. There are only intense and confident perceptions corresponding to its various affections and the objects with which it comes into contact. This is because its division and reunion involve absolutely no violent disturbance. But bodies with larger particles, which submit to an agent with reluctance and transmit the motions thus occasioned to the whole to which they belong, are subject to pleasures and pains, to pains when diverted from the normal state, to pleasures as they are restored to it. And those in which the process of depletion and evacuation is gradual, but that of repletion sudden and on a large scale, are insensible of the evacuation, but sensible of the repletion, and thus contribute to the mortal constituent of soul intense pleasures with no pain. An obvious example is found in the case of agreeable odors. Those, on the contrary, in which the diversion from the normal is sudden, but the return to it gradual and difficult, show contrary results. This again has a palpable illustration in the facts about burns and lacerations in the body. We have now given a fairly full account of the affections common to the body as a whole, and the names which have been bestowed on their several agents. We have next to offer, if we can, some account of the special affections of particular parts, as well as the casualty of their agents. First, then, we will try to throw what light we can on a matter we passed over earlier in our account of taste, viz. The special affections of the tongue. These, too, as indeed most other special affections, appear to be due to constrictions and dilations, but also to depend more than other affections on variations in roughness and smoothness. When particles of earth make their way in at the vessels, the test tubes as we might call them, which extend from the tongue to the heart, come into contact with the moist and tender flesh, melt, and in doing so constrict and dry up these vessels, they appear to us, if markedly rough, astringent, if less rough, dry. Substances which rinse these vessels and detergents of the tongue as a whole are all known as bitter. If they produce this effect in an extreme degree, and with such violence as to dissolve some part of the substance of the organ, as is the case with the action of soda, these which are less active than soda and only moderately detergent appear to us saline, free from any harsh bitter flavor, and agreeable rather than otherwise. But those which have absorbed warmth from the mouth and are softened there, being themselves converted into fire, and in turn burning that which has heated them, mount upwards, in virtue of their levity, towards the sense organs, the head, and lacerate whatever they encounter. From these properties, all such substances have come to be called pungent. But those which have been refined by decomposition before they make their way into the narrow vessels, and have a due proportionality with the particles of earth and air in the composition of these passages, such that they agitate and jostle them, thus causing them to change then positions, taking up new ones and leaving others vacant. As they globe themselves round the intruding particles, They thus form round, hollow drops of water, vessels of moisture, pure or mixed with earth, as the case may be, containing air by the formation of a hollow moisture round the air. Those made of pure water surround the air transparently and are called bubbles. But those in which the water is mixed with earth, which effervesces as it rises, are spoken of by the names of seething and fermentation. The cause of these effects, I say, is called acid. There is also an effect opposed to one and all of those we have described, and due to an opposite cause, when the composition of substance which enter the mouth in a liquid, being conformable to the structure of the tongue, sleeks and mollifies its roughness, dilating the abnormally contracted or contracting the dilated, and thus effectively reestablishes the general normal condition. All such processes act as cures for enforced affections and are called sweet. So much then on that head. In the case of olfactory sensations, no patterns are to be detected. An odor is always, in fact, something only half formed. No pattern has the proportions demanded for the acquisition of an odor. The vessels of this sense have a structure too narrow for the varieties of earth and water, too broad for those of fire and air. Hence no one has ever perceived any odor in any of these substances. All arise from matters in process of saturation, decomposition, liquefaction, or evaporation. Odors arise, in fact, as water passes into air or air into water in the intermediate stages, and as a class are all smoke or mist, those due to the passage of air into water being mist, those due to the passage of water into air, smoke. Consequently, the whole class are rarer than water, grosser than air. This is plainly seen when a man inhales vigorously, first having obstructed the respiratory passage. In such a case, no odor filters through with their air inhaled, only air passes through devoid of all odors. Thus their varieties fall into two sets which have no names and exhibit neither numerous nor regular patterns. We speak simply of the pleasant and the painful, the only two conspicuous types. The latter roughens and does violence to the whole cavity which extends from the crown of our heads to our navel. The former soothes it and effects a welcome restoration of its normal condition. We have now to consider a third organ of sensation, that of hearing, and give the reasons to its affections. In a general way, we may define sound as a stroke given by the air through the ears to the brain and blood, continued to the soul, and hearing as the motion due to this stroke, which begins at the head and ends in the quarter of the liver. When the motion is rapid, the sound heard is of high pitch; when it is slower, of lower pitch. If the motion is regular, the sound is uniform and smooth. In the opposite case, it is harsh. If it is voluminous, the sound is loud. If it is not, it is faint. Consonants of sounds we shall have to treat of at a later stage of our discourse. There still remains a fourth class of sensations, and these we shall have to subdivide, as they exhibit numerous varieties. Their name as an aggregate is colors. They are flames emitted from various bodies with particles so proportioned to the visual ray as to produce sensation. The bald facts about the origin of this visual ray have been already stated. Concerning colors, then, the most probable and reasonable account would run as follows. The particles which stream from other bodies and impinge upon the visual ray are, in some cases, smaller and others larger than the particles of the ray itself. In still other cases, equal to these. Now the equal particles are imperceptible. In fact, as we say, transparent, but the greater and smaller, which respectively constrict and penetrate the ray, are analogous with what is cold or hot to the flesh, and again with what is astringent or heating, and, as we call it, pungent to the tongue. And their effects, white and black, are really identical. though they occur in a different matter, and for that reason seem to be different. Accordingly, we should assign these color appellations as follows. That which penetrates the visual ray is white, and its opposite black. When the visual ray is impinged upon by a different variety of fire with a higher velocity, and penetrated right up to the eyes themselves, the actual passages in the eyes violently dilated and dissolved, and a considerable volume of fire and water, a tear, as we call it, expressed by the agency of what is itself a fire advancing in the opposite direction, so that one fire leaps from the eye like a flash of lightning as the other is entering it and being extinguished amid its humors, and a medley of all colors arises in this confusion. We call the effect dazzling, and to that which causes it we give the names bright and glistening. That which is intermediate between these is, again, a variety of fire, which makes its way to the humors of the eyes and mingles with them, but does not glisten. To the gleaming of the fire through the moisture with which it is mingled, which displays the color of blood, we give the name red. Bright mixed with red and white yield yellow. To say in what measures each mingles with each would be unwise, even if one had the knowledge, seeing one could allege no necessity, nor even a reasonable probability. Red blended with black and white presumably gives crimson, or, if these ingredients are first well burnt and then more black added, violet. Orange arises from the blending of yellow with buff, and buff from the mingling of white and yellow. If white is combined with bright and then imposed upon a saturated black, the result color is indigo. If this is then blended with white, the result is sea green, and if orange is blended with black, leek green. These examples will make it reasonably clear to what mixtures we must attribute other colors, if our story is to retain its probability. But to put these speculations to an experimental test would be to ignore the difference between humanity and deity, which lies in this, that though God has in their fullness all the knowledge and all the power required to blend multitude into unity and dissolve unity again into multitude, no son of man has now, nor ever will have, the competence for either task. All these, then, were of old the works of necessity, and were taken over from her by the artificer of the most beauteous and best of things that come to be, when he was bringing the self-sufficient and perfect God to the birth. Their causality he used to minister to his purpose, but the good he interwove in all that comes to be with his own hands. Therefore we must distinguish two sorts of cause, the necessary and the divine. The divine we should inquire after in all things for the sake of achieving such happiness as our nature admits, but the necessary for the sake of the other, bethinking ourselves that without and apart from this, that other on which our hearts are set cannot be perceived, apprehended, nor in any case wise attained. The timbers for our carpentry, the two types of cause, are now sorted out ready to our hands, and we are to weave the rest of our discourse from them. Let us then revert briefly to our starting point, rapidly retracing the path which has led us thence to our present position, and then set ourselves to end the story by crowning it with a capital in keeping with all that has preceded. Well, as we said, in fact, at starting, all these things were in disorder, until God infused in them all measure of every kind and respect whereof it was possible for them to be proportional and commensurate, each with itself, and all with each other. For at first no traces of this were to be found, except by pure hazard, and there was absolutely nothing to speak of that could be called by the names now in use, fire, water, and the rest. 'Twas he who first set all these in order, and then constructed from them this our universe, a living creature, enfolding within itself all living creatures, both mortal and immortal. The divine he fashioned with his own hands. The task of fashioning the mortal creation he enjoined on these his children. And they, when they had received from him the immortal principle of soul, in imitation of him, next ordered her round with a mortal body, gave her thus whole body for a chariot, and went on to build on to her within it a second pattern of soul, the mortal, subject to dread and inevitable passions, first pleasure, evils most potent lure, then pains which scare us from good, temerity and fear likewise, witless counselors both, wrath that is hard to entreat, and fancy lightly led astray. These they mingled with irrational sense and daredevil lust, and thus perforce compound our mortal element. For this cause, I take it, because they were loath to pollute the divine, save when it might not be helped, they housed the mortal apart from the better element, in a different abode within our body, setting the neck as a party wall between the head and the breast, to make the severance in the breast then, and that which is called the trunk, they bound the mortal part of the soul. And seeing that there is better and worse within us, they built a second party wall across the cavity of the trunk, dividing, as it were, a lodging of women from a lodging of men, by setting the midriff as a partition between them. So that part of the soul which has valor and mettle, and is emulous of victory, they lodged nearer the head, between midriff and neck, that it might be within earshot of discourse, and combine with it in enforced constraint of the desires, whensoever they should refuse willing obedience to the word of command from the citadel. The heart, the tie of the veins and fountain of the blood that circles so lustily through the members, they stationed in the guard-room, with intent that when metal should boil in its might, at a signal from discourse that wrong is being wrought of them from without, or else by desire from within, whatsoever of the body is endowed with perception might quickly, through all the alleys, have perception of command and menace, hearken and obey utterly, and so permit the best to be captain of them all. For the bounding of the heart in apprehension of danger and stirring of anger, inasmuch as they had foreknowledge that all such swellings of wrath would be attended with fire, they devised the lung and grafted it upon her for her defense, making it soft and bloodless, and penetrated besides with cavities like a sponge, that it might cool her by reception of breath and drink, and so provide refreshment and ease in this burning. To this end, they cut to the lung the conduits of the windpipe, and set it about the heart like a cushion, that when metal waxed great within her, she might bound upon somewhat soft and be refreshed, and so with the less distress do better service to discourse by her metal. As for that in the soul which is desirous of meat and drink, and all else it needs for the body's sake, they lodged in it the region between the midriff and the boundary at the navel, building through all this region, as it were, a crib for the body's victuals. Further, they tethered the creature there like an untamed brute that must needs be nourished with the rest of us, if ever a mortal race was to be, so that it might be ever feeding at its crib, vexing the counseling part least, by reason of its lodgment at the furthest remove from it, and thus leaving our sovereign part to take counsel in peace for the good of all jointly and severally. To these ends, I say, they appointed its station so, and for that they knew that the creature would never comprehend discourse of reason, or that if it should so much as come by some sense of such discourses, it was not in its nature to give any heed to them, whereas it would be much under the spell of phantoms and visions by night and by day. God, as I think, lay in wait for this same weakness. So he formed the liver, and set it in the creature's dwelling place, cunningly, making it dense, smooth, glistening, and endowed with both sweetness and bitterness. His purpose was this: the influence of thoughts proceeding from understanding was to cast prints and images upon it as upon a mirror. When it should advance stern and threatening, it was to strike terror, availing itself of some measure of this congenital bitterness, quickly infused all through the organ, to throw bilious colors upon it, corrugating it everywhere into wrinkles and roughness, and causing pain and nausea by its action on lobe and portals, flexing and corrugating the one and blocking and closing the others. But when, on the other side, some genial inspiration from the mind should limn pictures of the other sort, quieting this bitterness by refusal to arouse it or having dealings with a quality opposed to its own, but availing itself of the organ's innate sweetness to correct it everywhere into straightness, smoothness, and freedom, it was to make the part of soul lodged in the liver gracious and gentle, and its nights acceptable by divination in dreams, seeing it had no part in discourse nor understanding. For they that fashioned us were mindful of their Father's behest, which enjoined that the mortal creation must be made as wholly good as might be, whereof, as we deem, they set the seat of divination in this member, thus doing the best even for our baser part, that it might have some contact with the real. That divination is a gift of God to the witless in man, we have abundant proof. No man, in fact, attains to inspired and true divination in his full senses, but only when understanding is fettered by sleep, or distraught by disease, or, it may be, by possession. 'Tis for one in his wits to recall and understand the deliverance of divination and possession, waking or sleeping, and to discern the significations of all their visions, what evil or good, past, present, or yet to come, they figure, and to whom. But 'tis no work for him who has been distraught, and is yet in that case to judge of that which he sees or utters. Rather, the old saying is well said, that to do is his own business, and to know himself belong only to the sober. Whence also our usage sets prophets over the deliverances of inspired divination. Some call these men themselves diviners, all unknowing that they are interpreters of the riddling speech and vision, and should most rightly be called not diviners, but spokesmen of divination. The liver, then, was made such as it is, and set in the region we have said for this reason, to serve the ends of divination. While a man is still alive, its indications are more palpable, but when life has departed from it, it is blinded, and its oracles too dim to signify anything certain. As for the neighboring organ, its structure and its situation to the left are for the liver's good, to keep it continually bright and clear, as a clean napkin is ever laid ready by the side of a mirror. Hence also, when impurities arise in the liver from diseases, they are purged away and received by this spleen, whose texture is hollow and bloodless, and therefore rare. Consequently, as it is filled with these impurities, it becomes swollen and ulcerated, but subsides and is reduced to its first condition when the body has been purged. Of the soul, then, what in her is mortal and what divine? Where, in what company, and wherefore the two have received separate lodging? That our account of this has been the true one, we could only affirm if we first had God's confirmation. That it has been probable we may venture to say now, and still more confidently on reconsideration. We will therefore take it as said. We have now to pursue on the same lines the problem next arising. It remains, as we said, to deal with the making of the body, and this, I take it, may most fittingly be conceived to have been constructed for the purpose I shall now explain. They who framed our kind knew what would be our incontinence in the matter of meat and drink, how greed would move us to consume much more than need and due measure call for. Since then, they foresaw this, to the end that diseases might not bring us speedy destruction and mortality perish forthwith without coming to maturity. They appointed what is called the abdomen to be a receptacle for the future surplus of meat and drink, and made the guts wind and coil within it, lest quick transit of nutriment through them should force the body to crave fresh nutriment too quickly, make it ravenous, and so render the whole tribe of us, through gluttony, incapable of philosophy and music, deaf to the voice of our divine part. With bones, flesh, and their like, the case stood thus. The starting point for all was the formation of the marrow, for the vital bonds which knit soul to body and are the roots of the mortal creature were fastened there. And the marrow is itself formed from other substances, for such of the primary triangles as, being unwrapped and smooth, could furnish fire, water, air, earth in most finished precision. God separated out from their respective kinds and mingled together in due proportions. Thus he devised a universal seed for all mortality, fashioning the marrow from these. Next he implanted the varieties of soul in it and bound them fast there. Also, in the first original distribution, he divided the marrow itself into shapes, answering in number and quality to the several varieties. The plowland, as we may call it, which was to contain the divine seeds, he made spherical and named the portion of the marrow brain, signifying that when a creature was completed, the vessel which held to this should be its head, that which should retain the rest of the soul, its mortal part. He divided into shapes at once rounded and elongated, naming them all marrow. To these, as it were to anchors, he made fast the bonds of every soul, and then went on to fashion our whole body round the soul, first giving it all round a hard covering of bone. And bone he constructed as follows. He first sifted earth pure and smooth, and kneaded it and steeped it in marrow. Then he plunged the mass into fire, next giving it a bath of water, then another fire and a second of water. By this repeated transference from one element to the other, he made it insoluble in both. So he used it to model sphere of bone round the actual brain, and left only a narrow egress. Besides this, he made from the same substance vertebrae to serve as pivots, which he placed along the marrow of the neck and spine, through the length of the whole trunk, beginning at the head. Thus he gave the whole seed the protection of a kind of stone fence, and in this he made articulations for the purposes of movement and flexion, employing the quality of otherness as an intermediary. Again, he bethought himself that the constitution of bone is something more brittle and inflexible than it should be, as also that, as it became fiery hot and cooled again, it would splinter and wreck the seed within it. For this reasons he devised the sinews and flesh, and bound all the limbs with the former, that by their tension and relaxation he might make the body capable of stretching and flexible about its pivots. The flesh he meant to be a protection against heat and cold, as well as against falls. It was to yield to bodies softly and gently, like a covering of felt in the summer, in virtue of its possession of an internal warm moisture which exudes and moistens its surface, to provide the whole body with a coolness of its own. But in winter time, on the contrary, in virtue of this same fire, to be a fair defense against attack and envelopment by frost from without. With this end in view, he that molded us made a mixture and composition with water, fire, and earth, compounding a ferment of acid and brine by mingling these ingredients, and so produced flesh, juicy and soft. The sinews he made of bone and unfermented flesh, a single compound from two constituents with a quality intermediate between these, and added a yellow color. Thus, sinews are in quality more rigid and tougher than flesh, but softer and more pliant than bone. God wrapped them round bones and marrow, which he fastened together with sinews, and then covered the whole on the outside with flesh. So to the bones which contained most soul he gave the scantiest wrapping of flesh, to those in which there was least soul the amplest and thickest. Moreover, he caused but little flesh to grow on the junctions of the bones, save in so far as sentence of reason declared that flesh should be there, that it might not hamper the bending of the limbs and make our bodies awkward and by consequence ponderous in their movements, nor yet, lying packed in numerous dense layers, blunt the sensibility by its solidity, and make the mind slow of recollection and dull of apprehension. Hence our thighs, calves, hips, upper and lower arm, and other bones which have no joints, and all such as are devoid of understanding from the scantiness of soul in the marrow, have all been well furnished with flesh, but such as are endowed with understanding more sparingly, save indeed in so far as God fashioned flesh itself, thus for purposes of sensation, as in the case of the tongue, though for the most part it was as we said. For the substance which of necessity is born with us and grows with us in no wise permits thickness of bone and abundance of flesh to be accompanied by quick sensibility. If the two would combine, they would be found most of all in the structure of the head, with such a strong, fleshy, and sinewy head on their shoulders. Mankind would have enjoyed twice and much more than twice the present term of life, better health, and greater freedom from pain. As it was, the makers of our race considered whether they were to produce a more long-lived and worse creature, or a more short-lived and better, and agreed with one accord that on every ground and for every creature briefer and better life is to be preferred before longer and sorrier. So it was that they roofed in the head with a thin bone, but with no flesh nor sinews, inasmuch as it has no articulations. For all these reasons, then, a man's head, though more quickly sensitive and more intelligent, is much frailer than the body to which it was added. And for the reasons and in the manner we have said, God brought the sinews round the bottom of the head at the neck, fastening them with the solder of symmetry, and bound the extremities of the jaws below the face with them. The rest he dispersed throughout the members, so linking joint with joint. As for our mouth, its actual equipment with teeth, tongue, and lips was ordered by those who did the work with a view at once to the necessity and the good, being devised as an entrance for necessary purposes, but an exit with an eye to the good. For all that enters it to sustain the body is no more than a necessity, whereas the stream of discourse which flows out from it and subserves intelligence is of all streams the fairest and best. Further, the head could not be left a mere thing of bare bone, in view of the extremes of climate in either direction, nor yet could it be suffered to be thatched with a load of flesh and so become dull and insensitive. So a looser rind, we now call it skin, formed round the flesh and detached itself from it, though without the desiccation of this latter. Under the action of the moisture of the brain, this rind closed on itself, grew all round the head, and formed a covering for it. The moisture then made its way up under the sutures, damping the skin, and closed it up in a knot at the crown, and the sutures suffered very various modifications under the action of the circles and the nutriment, being more numerous where the contention between these influences is more, fewer where it is less intense. Now the whole extent of this skin was, of course, exposed to the pricking of the fire of the divine part. So the moisture made its way out through the consequent punctures. The pure liquid and heat made their escape. But the compound of them, they were in fact the ingredients of the skin, though raised upwards by this motion and spun into a long thread with a fineness equal to that of the puncture, was thrust back owing to its low velocity by the surrounding external air, twisted back again under the skin, and took root there. This is the process by which hair was formed on the skin. It is a system of threads of the same character as the skin itself, but harder and denser in virtue of the process of refrigeration and consequent belting undergone by the several hairs as they detach themselves from the skin. The Creator, we see, has made our heads shaggy with it. The means he employed have just been stated. But his purpose was it should serve as a light covering to protect the brain, providing adequate shade in summer and shelter in winter, without offering any impediment to quick sensibility. Also, where sinew, skin, and bone are twisted and commingled together on our fingers and toes, the whole three formed one dried and hardened skin. The subsidiary causes of its making were those we have given, but its purpose and principal cause had reference to what was to be yet later. They who fashioned us indeed knew well that women and the beasts would one day be born from men. In particular, they understood that many of these creatures would have need of talons for diverse purposes, and therefore designed the rudiments of them in mankind at their first making. This, we may say, was the purpose, and these the causes by reason of which they made skin grow into hair and nails at the extremities of our limbs. Now that all parts and members of the mortal creature had been assembled into one living whole, which was of necessity to live amidst fire and winds, and by consequence to be wasted and emptied by them, and so brought low, the gods devised a reinforcement for him. They blended and planted a substance coeval with man's, but with other form and other senses, so that it was a living creature of a different kind. I mean trees, plants, and seeds, which we have now schooled by husbandry, and tamed to our purposes, and so-called domesticated, though there were at first only the wild sorts, which are the earlier of the two. Now all that has life may with perfect right and propriety be called living creature. But we must note that that whereof we are now speaking has only the third sort of soul, the sort which is said to have been seated between midriff and navel, and has only sense of pleasure and pain with attendant appetites, but no part in reasoned conviction or understanding. 'Tis indeed always wholly passive, since its formation has not permitted it, in course of kind, to perceive and reflect at all upon itself, revolving about itself with a native motion of its own and repelling movement from without. Hence it comes that it has indeed life, and is no other than a living creature, but is stationary, rooted to its place and rigid, because it has been denied self-movement. So when our lords had planted all these kinds to be sustenance for us, their subjects, they cut channels through our body, like the runnels in a garden, that it might, as it were, be watered by a stream lent in upon it. And first of all they cut two vessels along the back, like covered conduits, under the commissure of skin and flesh, even as the body is a double thing with right side and left. These they conducted along the spine, enclosing it with its generative marrow between them, that this might be kept in the prime of vigor, and also that the further course of the channel might be downhill and therefore easy, and the ensuing irrigation uniform. Then they split these vessels in the region of the head, interwove them, and passed them through one another in opposite directions, sending those trenches which came from the right of the body to the left, those from the left to the right. The purpose was partly that they might assist the skin in binding the head to the body, for that part had not been wrapped around at the crown with sinews, but more particularly that perceptions coming from either side might be revealed to the whole body. Then finally they elaborated their system of irrigation much in the following fashion. But we shall understand it more readily if we first agree on a principle now to be stated. Any complex of smaller particles is impervious to larger corpuscles, but complexes of the larger are not impervious to the smaller. Now fire is composed of smaller particles than any other body. It can therefore pass freely through water, earth, and air, and their compounds, and nothing is impervious to it. So we must understand the same thing concerning the human trunk. When meat and drink enter it, it keeps them in, but cannot do the same for wind or fire, because they're composed of smaller particles than itself. God accordingly availed himself of this to effect an irrigation of the blood vessels from the trunk. He wove a meshwork of air and fire after the fashion of a fish trap, with 2 pouches at its mouth, and one of these pouches, again, he made with a double outlet of its own. And then he stretched cords, as it were, all around from the pouches to the outside of the contrivance. Now the contents of the network he made entirely from fire, but the pouches and their envelope of air, and this structure he took and put around the living creature he had formed in the following manner. The pouch contrivance he inserted into its mouth, and whereas this contrivance had 2 parts, he let the one down by way of the windpipe into the lung, but the other into the belly alongside the windpipe. The first pouch he split and granted both its parts in common an outlet by the channels of the nose, in such wise that when the one part was not working by way of the mouth, all its currents too might be replenished from that source. The envelope of the trap in general he set around the whole cavity of our body, contriving in such fashion that at one time the whole of this flows gently into the pouches, seeing that they are of air. At another, the pouches flow the other way, the network thus passing alternately in and out through the body, since the body is of rare consistency, and the rays of fire which stretch through the interior of the network following the movement of the air in either direction. This process has cause to continue without intermission, so long as the mortal creature holds together. This, as we see, is the procedure to which we say that the giver of appellations has assigned the names inspiration and expiration. And 'tis in virtue of this whole action and passion that our body comes to be nourished and live by irrigation and refrigeration. For when the fire within the envelope, in virtue of its connections, follows the respiratory current in and out, ever and anon entering the belly with a sure and laying hold of the meat and drink within it, it doubtless dissolves them and cuts them up into small portions, driving them through the exits in the direction of its advance, and forcing them into the blood vessels like water from a spring into runnels, thus causing the currents of these vessels to flow through the aqueduct of the body. Let us, however, consider once more the causes from which the process of respiration is what it actually is. We may state the case, then, thus, since there is no void which a moving body can enter and our breath is expelled outwards, the conclusion is plain, that it is not expelled into a void, but displaces a neighboring body. The body, thus impelled, regularly extrudes that which is next to it, and all is thus necessarily driven round the region whence breath had been expelled, enters there, accompanying the breathing, and fills it up again, the whole wheel, as we may call it, coming full circle instantaneously, because there is no void. Consequently, in the very act of discharging the breath, the chest and lung are filled again by the air round the body, as it enters through the porous flesh and is driven round. On the other side, when the air is diverted and escapes through the body, it pushes inspiration round to the channel of mouth and nostrils. The cause which sets these processes going we may assume to be this. In every living creature, the internal blood and blood vessels are the hottest part. They are, so to say, an interior wellspring of fire. It was this, of course, that we likened to the network of our fish trap, when we said that from the center outwards it was constructed of fire, whereas its external parts were of air. Accordingly, we must admit that this heat moves outward to its kindred element in its own region. Also that, since there are 2 exits, one through the body, the other by the mouth and nose, as it takes either it drives air round to the other, that which is thus forced around falling into the fire and being heated, while that which is escaping is cooled. But as the heat shifts its position and the parts about the other exit become the warmer, the more heated matter tends in turn to take that path towards its own substance and drives air around to the first entrance. This regularly suffers the same effects and reacts in the same way. Thus, under the double impulsion, the wheel is made to sway first this way, then that, and so gives rise to inspiration and expiration. We may use the same principle to explain, for example, the physician's cupping appliances, deglutition, and the behavior of projectiles shot into the air or along the Earth's surface, as also why tones of high and low velocity, acute and grave as they appear to be, are sometimes dissonant when the motion they create in us as they travel is irregular, sometimes consonant when it is regular. The slower motions, in fact, catch up with those of the earlier and more rapid tones, when these are already dying away and have come to a uniformity with those which they subsequently communicate to them as they advance. When they overtake them, they do not perturb them by the superposition of a fresh motion, but supply the beginning of a slower motion uniform with the more rapid, which is ceasing, and so produce a single effect, blended of acute and grave. Hence they give to fools pleasure, but to the wise delight by this reproduction of divine melody in perishable motions. For further illustration, take the flowing of water, the fall of thunderbolts, the strange attraction of amber and the Heraclean stone. In none of these cases does attraction play any part. If one only investigates them as one should, it will be apparent that there is no void, that the things in question exert a circular pulsion on one another, that the bodies move by aggregation and disgregation to their various regions in ways which, by reason of these complications, seem magical. In particular, it is in this way and by these means, as has been already said, that respiration itself, with which this digression began, is effected. The fire cuts up our victual also, as it is swayed up and down in the body with the motion of the current of breath. Its oscillations fill the blood vessels from the belly, flooding them with the mince from that source. Thus it is that the streams of nutriment incessantly permeate a creature's whole body. As this mince is fresh and is made from the fruits or grains coeval with man, planted by God to this very end that they should be our sustenance, it assumes very various colors from the intermingling of its materials, but the pervading hue is red, the quality produced by fire as it cuts up a moist material and imprints itself thereon. Hence that part of the fluid in the body which we call blood took on the coloring we have described. 'Tis the pabulum of flesh and the body as whole. All the tissues, as they are irrigated with it, repair their losses by evacuation. The character of this depletion and repair is the same as that of the movement in the universe, whereby all things move towards their own kind. In fact, as the environment without us is ever wasting and dissipating us, scattering our various constituents to their kind, so the contents of the blood, in their turn, being broken up within our frame into tiny fragments and encompassed by the organism as by a heaven, are forced to imitate the motion of the universe. Hence each of the fragments within us is carried to its like and repairs their waste. And when the loss is greater than the fresh accessions, naturally all things decrease in bulk. When it is less, all increase. Hence, so long as a creature's constitution is still youthful, and the triangles of its constituents, so to say, fresh from the slips, they are locked firmly together, though the mass as a whole is soft, since it has been but recently formed from marrow and fed upon milk. So, as the intruding foreign triangles contained in the system and supplied by its meat and drink are older and feebler than its own, which are fresh, it succeeds in cutting them up. The organism is sustained by an abundance of triangles like its own and waxes great. But when the root of the triangles is started by reason of buffeting, endured from many a storm for many a year, they can no longer cut up the triangles of the food as they enter the body into their own likeness, but are themselves easily divided by the intruders. So all creatures at this period fail and dwindle, and the condition is called age. Finally, when the attachments of the triangles of the marrow no longer hold out but part under the tempest, they, in their turn, relax the bonds of the soul. She comes to her natural release and takes her flight with pleasure. For while unnatural processes are always painful, the natural are always pleasant. Death itself, on this principle, is painful and contrary to nature when it follows on disease or wounds, but when it comes in age, as the end of a natural process, it is the easiest of all deaths, and is attended rather by pleasure than by pain. As for diseases, their origin should, I take it, be obvious. Since the body is compacted of 4 ingredients, earth, fire, water, air, disorders and diseases arise from abnormal usurpation of deficiency of these ingredients, or from their transportation from their own to a foreign place. Or again, since there are several varieties of fire and the rest, from the reception in the system of an inappropriate variety, and from similar causes. For when there is abnormality in the formation or location of any of these ingredients, parts which were formerly warmed are chilled, the dry become damp. It is the same, of course, with the light and the heavy, and all are exposed to all kinds of changes. By theses, in fact, is this only when same exceeds to or is withdrawn from, same by self-same, uniform, proportional rule. Only then will a thing be left self-same, intact and sound. A false note struck by accession or withdrawal beyond these limits will occasion manifold degeneration and endless diseases and corruptions. Once more, since secondary formations exist in nature, there is a second class of diseases to be noted by all who would understand, since in fact marrow, bone, flesh, sinew are all compacted of the substances already named, while blood also is formed of the same ingredients, though in a different fashion, though most disorders have the same causes as those already mentioned. The gravest maladies of all afflict us from another cause. The formations just specified suffer corruption when the order of formation is inverted. In the normal order, in fact, flesh and sinews are formed from blood, sinew from fibrine, with which its cognate, flesh from coagulation of the residuum left when the fibrin is removed. The viscous and oily product given out by sinews and flesh in its turn not only glues the flesh to the bones, but feeds the growth of the bone enclosing the marrow. Finally, that which percolates through the dense substance of the bones, smooth and oily in extreme degree, with triangles of superlative refinement, drops and trickles from the bones and waters the marrow. When this order is observed in the several processes, the regular result is health, but disease if the order is inverted. Thus, when the decomposing flesh infects the blood vessels with the decomposition against natural order, these vessels contain abundant blood mixed with air. This exhibits a great variety of colors and bitter tastes, to say nothing of acid and briny characters, and develops diverse forms of bile, serum, and phlegm. These perverse and corrupted secretions begin by poisoning the very blood, and are carried in the blood vessels all over the body, no longer providing it with nutriment nor observing any orderly natural period. At strife among themselves, since they have no joyance of each other, and at open war with such elements of the body as support the constitution and abide at their posts, spreading destruction and decomposition. Now when the flesh which is decomposed is of very ancient formation, it proves hard of concoction, and turns black under its long exposure to inflammation, and the bitterness due to its thorough corrosion makes it a grave danger to all such parts of the body as are still uncorrupted. Sometimes the black color is attended by acidity rather than bitterness, when the bitterness has been somewhat diluted. In other cases, the bitterness is suffused with blood and acquires a reddish or, with an interfusion of black, a greenish tint, or a yellow color may be conjoined with this bitterness when the flesh decomposed by the fire of the inflammation is of recent formation. The name common to all these varieties, bile, may have come from physicians or possibly from one who was capable of contemplating the many and unlike and discerning in them all a single type deserving of a name. The other currently recognized forms of bile are defined by their specific colors. As to serum, that of blood is a gentle lymph, that of black and acid bile. When rendered saline by heat, a virulent lymph which is known as acid phlegm, but as for that which results from the decomposition of soft young flesh in combination with air, the said substances being understood to be inflated by wind and enveloped by liquid, and thus to form bubbles, individually too minute to be visible, but collectively having a visible bulk and a white color due to the production of froth. All this decomposition of soft flesh combined with air we call white phlegm. The lymph of freshly forming phlegm itself is sweat, tears, and other bodies of that kind which are daily exuded as purgations. All these materials naturally become instrumental to disease when the blood is not replenished in normal fashion from meat and drink, but augments its bulk from the contrary quarter against nature's usage. Now when the sorts of flesh are indeed mangled by disease, but their several foundations remain firm, the misfortune is only at half its height, for there is still room for ready recovery. But when that which binds flesh to bone is itself diseased and no longer secreted from them to feed the bone and bind the flesh to it, but has its gloss, smoothness, and viscosity converted by bad regimen into roughness, brine, and squalor, then the whole substance so affected crumbles away beneath flesh and sinews, and separates from the bones, while the flesh is loosened from its roots, and leaves the sinews exposed and charged with brine, falling itself back again into the circulating blood, where it aggravates the maladies already mentioned. But grave as such a state of body is, still graver are those which originate deeper down, when bone is denied adequate ventilation owing to overdensity of flesh. Such a bone becomes moldy and overheated, splinters, and rejects its nutrient, crumbling once more into it against the natural order. This substance is then resolved into flesh, and the flesh falls into the blood and renders all these maladies more dangerous than the first named. The most desperate case of all is that in which the very substance of the marrow suffers by defect, or possibly excess. Thus are caused the gravest and most infallibly fatal of diseases, in which the whole normal functioning of the body is forcibly reversed. Once more, we have to consider a third type of disease, which may originate in three different ways: from wind, from phlegm, or from bile. When the lung, the body's steward of winds, is blocked by rheums and presents no clear passage, the wind does not reach some parts at all, and enters others in more than due measure. The parts which get no ventilation then suffer decomposition. In other parts, the wind forces its way into the blood vessels, contorts them, dissolves the body, and is intercepted in its central region where the party wall is located. This causes a great number of painful disorders, often accompanied by copious sweating. Often again, when a cavity has been formed in the body, wind gets in, is unable to escape, and occasions the same distress as if it had entered from without the frame. The suffering is worse when the wind besets the sinews, and the connected blood vessels, swells the back stays, and the sinews continues with them and gives them a backward curvature. From this symptom of tension, such disorders have naturally received the names tetanus and ophisthontonus. A cure, too, is difficult. In fact, these troubles are most commonly brought to a solution by the supervening of a fever. White phlegm may be serious if intercepted within the body, but is milder if it finds passages for escape, though it disfigures us by producing blotches, scabs, and similar complaints. But when it combines with black bile to diffuse itself over and confound the divine circles in the head, the visitation, though comparatively mild if it occurs during sleep, is more difficult to escape when it attacks the waking. As the disorder affects a holy substance, it fully deserves its name of holy disease. Acid and briny phlegm is the fount of all defluxionary disorders, though the names which have been given to them are as various as the parts towards which the defluxion is directed. But inflammations of the various parts, so called from the burning and heat which attend them, are one and all caused by bile. When this bile finds an outward vent, it bubbles up in superficial abscesses, but if confined within the body, causes a variety of acutely inflammatory diseases. The gravest case is when it mingles with pure blood and disturbs its fibrin in its appointed function. From its fluidity, escape when heated through the porosities of the body, nor yet from over-thickness, be sluggish and slow of circulation in the vessels. The right balance in this matter is preserved by the fibrin when it is produced in the normal way. Even in the case of blood from a corpse, which has lost its warmth, if the fibrin is collected, what is left of the blood liquefies, whereas if it is left in position, the blood is soon congealed by the fibrin and the cold environment acting together. Accordingly, such fibrin acts in the blood in this fashion when bile, a product of old blood which is returned to the blood from decomposing flesh, begins to enter it, hot and liquid and in small quantity. It congeals under the action of the fibrin, and this congelation and unnatural loss of heat occasion internal distress and shivering. When the influx of bile is more copious, it boils up, overpowers the fibrin, and throws its action into disorder, and if powerful enough to retain the upper hand permanently, penetrates to the marrow, where it is to stay, forthwith burns through the soul's mooring cables, and sets her at liberty. If there is less of it and the body resists dissolution, it is itself overpowered and either completely expelled from the whole body or forced through the blood vessels into the stomach or abdomen, when it causes diarrheas, dysenteries, and the like disorders, much like a factionary in process of expulsion from the community after a civil tumult. And note that disorder due to excess of fire in the system causes continuous heat and fever, excess of air, quotidians, and of water, tertians, an element being more sluggish than air or fire. As earth is the most sluggish of the four, excess of it requires a fourfold period for its purgation, and consequently produces quartans which are difficult to shake off. So much, then, for the causation of disorders of body. Disorders of soul are caused by bodily condition in the following way. We shall admit, of course, that disease of soul is the same thing as mindlessness, and of this there are two varieties, frantic madness and stupidity. Consequently, any condition which involves either is to be called disease, and we must pronounce that the gravest of all these diseases of soul are excessive pleasures and pains. Indeed, when a man is transported by delight, or its contrary, distress, in his haste to grasp the pleasure or escape the pain unseasonably, he can neither see nor hear aright. For the time being, he is in a frenzy and all but incapable of reflection. And when the seed in a man's marrow is copious and turbid, a condition like that of a tree yielding far more than the due proportion of fruits, his appetites and their consequences bring with them many a specific pang of pain, but also many of thrill of pleasure. So he passes most of his life in a frenzy of passionate pleasure and pain, with a soul diseased and mindless by the fault of its body, and is commonly held not for a sick man, but for one deliberately vicious. But in plain fact, sexual incontinence is, for the most part, a malady of soul caused by a turbid and over-moist condition of one of the constituents of the body due to porosity of the bones. And so, speaking more generally, the charges of incontinence in pleasures which are brought against the vicious, as though their conduct were voluntary, are not really deserved. No man, in fact, is deliberately vicious. Those who are vicious become so from bad habit of body and unskillful nurture, both of them unwelcome conditions which come to a man against his will. So, too, on the other side, the soul contracts a great deal of vice in the matters of pains from the body. When acid and semi-phlegmatic or bitter bilious humors roaming through a man's body can find no vent, but collect within, and their commingled vapors interfere with the revolutions of the soul, they occasion a great variety of disorders of soul, more or less severe and extensive. As the vapors reach the three regions of the soul, according to the region they invade, they give rise to manifold types of irritable temper and low spirits, rashness and cowardice, or finally forgetfulness and slowness in learning. And when, on the top of all this, men with so vicious a composition form vicious societies, and vicious discourses are held in their societies by private or public persons, and finally, no sciences which might remedy the disease are studied from early years. That is how all of us who are vicious acquire our vices, through two causes utterly independent of our own will. The blame must be laid on those who beget rather than on those who are begotten, on those who bestow, nurture rather than on those who receive it. Still, a man must do his utmost endeavor, alike by regimen, by daily practice, and by study, to shun vice and embrace its opposite. But that belongs to another story. It is but reasonable and proper next to exhibit the reverse of the picture, a view of the treatment by which body and mind may be kept in health, for it is only right to let our discourse dwell on good rather than on evil. The good is, of course, always beautiful, but without measure there can be no beauty. A creature, then, that is to be either must have its proper proportions. Yet though we discern and collect minor proportionalities, we are out in our reckoning of the principal and chief of all. There is no proportionality more effectual for health or disease, virtue or vice, than that of soul itself to body itself. Yet we leave it unconsidered, not reflecting that when the bodily frame is too feeble and puny for the great and vigorous soul it must support, or again, when the pair are mismatched in the contrary way, the creature lacks beauty as a whole, being ill proportioned just where proportions is of supreme moment. Whereas the contrary spectacle is of all others the most beautiful and lovely to the eye that can discern it. Thus, as a body that has its legs too long or is out of scale with itself from some other abnormal development is not merely uncomely, but further occasions itself endless troubles in its concerted exertions, in the forms of repeated fatigues, jerkings, and clumsy falls. So we must conserve it to be with the complex we call the living creature. When its soul is too mighty for her body, if she swell with passion, she shakes it to its base and fills it with sickness from its center. When she throws herself into severe study and inquiry, she wastes it away. Or if she give herself to teaching and controversy, public or private, she shafts it to red heat by the ensuing contentions and emulations, and brings on rheums, which delude the most part of physicians so styled into laying the blame for them on the unoffending part. On the other side, should nature couple a huge body, too large for its soul, with a puny, feeble mind, whereas there are two hungers native to man, hunger after victual for the body, after wisdom for our diviner part, the motions of the stronger part prevail and feed that part, but afflict the soul with the worst disease, stupidity, making it dull, slow to learn, and quick to forget. There is but one safeguard against both dangers. The soul must not be stirred to action without the body, nor yet the body without the soul. that so each may be equiposed with the other and both may be sound. So he that applies himself to science or other severe discipline for the mind must likewise give the body its proper motion, and cultivate gymnastic, while he that devotes his care to the molding of the body must give the soul her rightful motions and make himself conversant with music and philosophy at large, if either is to have full right to the double appellation beautiful and good. A man should further tend his several members on these same principles, copying in himself the frame of the universe. For, seeing that our body is internally heated and cooled by the matters that enter it, and also dried and wetted by its external environment, and affected by both these motions, with the various effects consequent upon them, when one passively surrenders his body to all these motions, it is overpowered and destroyed. But if he will copy that we have called the universal foster mother or nurse, if he will, never so far as lies in him, leaves his body passive, but set in motion, ever compensating these internal and external motions in the right and natural way, by the agitations he produces from time to time in himself, if by such measured agitation he will reduce the affections and particles that roam about his body according to their affinities to order and system, in the fashion we have attributed to the universe, then he will not be leaving foe ranged by foe to generate war and disease in his body. He will have ranged friend by friend, and health will be the result. Further, the best of motions is that produced in self by self, which has most affinity with the movement of thought and of the universe as a whole. Motion produced by another is worse, but worst of all that in which the body lies passive and its several parts are set in movement by other agents. By consequence, of ways of purging and rebuilding the body, the best is by active exercises, the next best by the vibratory motion of sailing ship or other conveyance in a vehicle that is not fatiguing. A third type of motion has its uses in the case of extreme necessity, but must never be admitted without such necessity by a man of sense. I mean medical employment of purgative drugs. Indeed, unless it involves serious risk, a disorder should never be irritated by drugs. For the course of a malady in a manner resembles the life of an organism. In organisms, there is, in fact, a set of duration of life for the whole species, and the individual creature is born with its appointed term of life fixed, apart from inevitable accidents. First formation, the triangles are equipped with the power to hold out for a certain length of time, and beyond that date no man may continue to live. Now it is even so with the course of a disorder. If the course is deranged by drugging in disregard of the appointed period, the consequence commonly is that a grave malady is substitute for a light, or a complication of disorders for a simple disease. So far, then, as our occupations permit, complaints should be humored by regimen. The temper of the disorder must not be irritated by drugging. So much, then, must suffice with regard to the living creature as a whole, its bodily component, and the plan of life whereby a man may most consistently be regulator of and regulated by himself. Conformably with this, we will now remark in few that whichsoever of these is left inert and without its proper movements must needs grow most enfeebled, whichsoever is cultivated by exercise most robust. Hence care must be taken that their several movements be duly proportioned one to another, and of the sovereign component of soul we are bound to conceive thus: 'tis to each of us his true guardian spirit bestowed by God. Its domicile, we are wont to say, is in the high place of the body, and it lifts us on high from earth to our kindred above, like plants whose roots are in heaven, not in earth, and most right we are to say. For 'tis by suspending our head and root from the region whence the soul first took her birth that deity gives the whole body its erection. Hence, when a man is engrossed in cupidities and ambitions and spends himself in the tilling of that soil, all his thoughts must be thoughts of mortality. In sum, so far as is possible for him to become utterly mortal, he can come no whit short of that mark, for such is that which he has fed fat. But if he gives his heart to love of learning and true wisdom, and exercises that part in himself in thinking thoughts immortal and divine, by equal necessity, if he but attain truth, so far as 'tis given to humanity to achieve immortality, he can fall nothing short of that goal, seeing he is ever giving tendance to the divine and keeps the guardian spirit that dwells with him ever in good trim. He must be blessed beyond all others. Now there is but one way of tending anything, whatever it be, to give it the victual and the motions proper to it. And the motions akin to the divine within us are the thoughts and revolutions of the universe. So it is they to which each of us must conform. He must correct the orbits in the head which were corrupted at our birth, by learning to discern the melodies and revolutions of the universe. Bring percipient into the likeness of perceived as it was at its beginning, and so come to the fruition of that best life set before men by gods for the time that now is and the time to come. And with this, our original program for today of a narrative about the universe down to the creation of man has, I take it, been fairly executed. For as to the creation of the other animals, brief mention will be enough where there is no necessity to expatiate. So, and not otherwise, shall we judge our statements on the matter to be kept within proper bounds. Let us then give the following account of it. Those of the men first created who led a life of cowardice and injustice were suitably reborn as women in the second generation. And this is why it was at that particular juncture that the gods contrived the lust of copulation, fashioning an animated living creature within us, and the like in women. The manner of the making of either creature was this. They gave the conduit of our drink at the place where it receives liquid, which has descended from the lung by the kidneys to the bladder and ejects it under the compression of air. An opening into the condensed marrow which passes from the head down the neck and along the spine, and has in fact been called seed in our former narrative. As this substance is full of soul, when it got a vent at the place we know of, it caused there a vehement appetite of emission, and thus gave rise to the lust of generation. Whence in the male the privy member is mutinous and self-willed, like a beast deaf to the voice of discourse, and fain to carry all before it in frenzied passion, while in woman, for the same reason, the so-called matrix or womb, a living creature within them passioning for procreation, is left long unfructified beyond the proper season, chafes furiously, straying about the body, occluding the conduits of breath, and inflicting extreme distress by impeding respiration, besides causing manifold other disorders, until the passion and lust on either side bring the parties together, pluck the fruit, as it were, from the tree, sow the plough, land of the womb with living creatures invisible from their minuteness and still unformed, then articulate them, nourish them to bigness, and finally bring them to light, and so complete the generation of an animal. Women then, on femininity in general, originated, as we have said. Birds sprang, by a change of form, the growing of feathers in place of hair, from harmless but light-witted men, who minded the things aloft, but in their simplicity suppose that the surest evidence in these matters is that of the eye. Footed beasts came from men who were wholly unconversant with philosophy, and had never gazed on the heavens, because they had ceased to concern themselves with the circles in the head, and followed the guidance of the part of the soul in the breast. So by reason of these practices, their anterior limbs and their heads were drawn down to the earth by natural affinity and rested there, and their skulls grew elongated and of varied shapes, according to the deformations produced in their several circles by inactivity. From the same cause their kind grew 4 feet or more, God propping the more witless with more supports, that they might be the more drawn down to the earth. For the most witless of all, who stretched the whole length of their bodies entirely on the ground, as no longer having any need for feet, they made them footless, crawlers over the ground. The fourth kind, whose habitat is water, came from the most utterly mindless and stupid sort. These, the artificers of this transformation, deemed no longer worthy to breathe the pure air, as they had their souls polluted by all manner of transgressions. They thrust them down from pure and delicate air to breathe deep and muddied water. Hence came fishes, all crustaceans, and whatsoever lives in the waters. Their dwelling place in the depths is assigned them in judgment on the depth of their stupidity. These, methinks, are the laws by which all living creatures pass today, as they passed at first, into one another, changing their shapes according as they lose or win understanding and folly. And here we may say our discourse of the universe has at last come to its end. For with this our world has received its full complement of living creatures, mortal and immortal, and come to be in all its grandeur, goodness, beauty, and perfection. This visible living creature, made in the likeness of the intelligible and embracing all the visible, this God displayed to sense, this our heaven, one and only begotten. We have now reached the end of the discourse of Plato's Timaeus. We can head over to the next video and learn all about Atlantis in the discourse of Plato's Critias. Please do hit the like button, share this with your friends, leave me a comment, let me know you were here, and subscribe to the channel.